Everybody, let's go on the record then, 22-5165-FH. We're back Thursday, August 31st, day 7th. And we are in the process of agreement with Mr. Barnett, is where we left off. The records from the flexible jury is still outside the courtroom. Anything we need to talk about before bringing it back in? Mr. Ralston, you substitute?
No, sir.
Mr. Nunzi?
No, thank you.
Mr. Sacker?
No, thank you, Judge.
And Mr. Barnett?
Just a little bit, if I could, Your Honor. Sure. I have brought, just for the attorneys, I did leave one white sheet at each of these twice, once for Exhibit C and once for H, just so the court, for the attorneys would all on the approach. Sure. Yep. And I have a package for the jury I'd like to hand out. I also have the exhibits that I promised today. Just my sticking. And those are for CH, and those are separate thumb drives and KLI, or those three exhibits are marked as exhibits. I don't know which sheet those have on the CD to support.
He's going to publish something with the jury, Edward?
Well, I'd like to, I brought 18 copies.
I think yesterday, if I understood Mr. Barnett correctly, he was planning on making copies for some of his exhibits to distribute individually to jurors.
I got copies of all the hardware, so to speak. Paper. These will be parts, however, I think they should go to the jury. Most times, we're not going to return to the court. These are the most for the streets. I have one copy that I just asked the court to hold on to. The jury takes that back. He had access to one solid file of all these exhibits that were in the video.
Well, I don't mind having a core copy of the exhibits, the actual exhibits that have been admitted that will go back to the jury. The responsible for each individual party to maintain control of those. Once we excuse the jurors, the final 12 to deliberate, we will allow them to go back. I'll talk to make sure that all of the exhibits, whether prosecution or defense, are properly compiled. And then the bailiff will take them back so that we go through them to ensure that. Okay.
This is part of the objection, you know, the prosecutions and helps to get work throughout the case. I'd like to hand out these and get these out of the place. And then I'm going to bring it back. It would be in your hands every 3 weeks and you every minute.
I mean, does anybody have any objection to that, Mr. Roll? Mr. Nundia? Any objections to the distribution of?
No, thank you.
Mr. Cyrus?
No objection, Judge. Thank you.
So what we'll do when we bring them back in, I'll explain that yesterday you had mentioned that you were going to distribute paper copies of at least some of the exhibits. I'll allow that to take place. What question you would use, just so that the information. Okay. Anything else?
No.
Okay. All right, then, jury.
Thanks.
Okay, everyone can see it. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you recall, Agent Will was still testifying for some of the prosecution's case in chief, but we do not cross-examination now. I'm sure now he's questioning and we'll continue that this morning. If you will recall, also, Mr. Barnett indicated at one point, I believe, he was going to have paper copies for you all of at least some of the exhibits He's brought those this morning, so what I'm going to do is allow him to distribute those to you, and then we'll begin testimony after that, after the distribution of the facility. Okay, Mr. Burnett, go ahead.
Thank you. Have been handed out, Your Honor. Math is good so far today.
I do.
Good morning, ancient people.
Morning, Counselor.
Just going to do a little housekeeping here to start off. If I could, I'm going to ask one question, if I may.
Sure.
Adam Fox was the Michigan commander of the 3 percenters. Is that right?
Well, he was the commander of the Michigan Regiment of the 2nd Continental Army. And then he was also he used the Michigan Patriot 3 Percenters Facebook page for communication. So that kind of combines the Michigan and the Patriot. Is that helpful?
It is. Is that the Wisconsin one with Steve Robertson? This is the Michigan one. Is that a fair statement as to the 3 percenters?
Well, there was Wisconsin Patriot 3 Percenters in which Steve Robeson was a member. I don't know if he was the commander at all. I know that at one point he had an officer role in their group.
How about Adam Fox? Was he the commander of the Facebook page or the commander of the group that he made a Facebook page for?
Well, he was the leader at the Facebook page is just a Facebook page, but he appeared to be leading and driving the discussion on the Facebook page. And that's because of his role as the leader of the Michigan Regiment.
Good. I'm going to hand you a police report or two, actually 2 if possible, just to see if I can refresh your memory over a couple of issues. One regarding some communications between Adam Fox and Dan that occurred 5 days after the August 29th daytime ride up to Antrim County. We approached the witness.
Can I see your hand?
Absolutely.
Barnett, can you speak up just a little bit? We're having a little hard time hearing you. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
I will. You don't want to yell at the witness. So I'm trying to-
I know.
The witness hasn't indicated any difficulty with the memory, Judge.
My question is, which question or topic did you indicate that you didn't recall, says that his memory was?
Well, Mr. Ralston and I had talked about how to handle this statement and that I should provide it to him so we can refresh his memory and read the statement verbatim that was transferred from Adam to Dan 5 days after the ride.
Which statement?
Only real short.
Good. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to skip the jury so that I can talk to the attorneys. It's a little difficult in this room to have a quiet conversation and folks can't hear, so we'll excuse the jury. I'll ask the jury. I'll talk to the attorneys and chambers about this. Also, back on the record, the jury is still outside the courtroom. The issue that the court had discussed with the attorneys, there's two statements. My understanding is the statements are between Adam Fox and DHS Dan, and my understanding is that the parties have agreed. It's not refreshing recollection, so we'll have to work out the exact phrasing. I think we'll just tell the jury that there's two statements that are going to come in from other individuals, and it's been determined that it will come in through agent envelope. And then I'll allow Mr. Barnett to ask about each of the statements, so there's no confusion. And it's my understanding that there is an agreement that these two statements will be coming in. Is that correct, Mr. Wells?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. And Mr. Nunzio, Mr. Sadler, anything you want to place on the record in terms of objections?
No, thank you. No, thank you.
Okay, very good. Anything else from anybody before they come back?
No, sir.
Your Honor. I did, it was not a question, it was another matter that doesn't, I don't think we need to discuss that.
Bill, am I reading off those or can I see the statements?
Absolutely. I'm sorry, there's no space on this. We had
Sorry. Thanks for the reminder. And it was, I don't want to use the word incident that's across the mind. I don't mean to imply anything happened. One of the jurors was simply reporting to the court that he had observations of a couple of folks that were involved in the case. No contact was detailed. He simply wanted to let the court know that he saw a couple individuals. There was no compromise in the court's mind, so it's nothing easy. Okay.
And do you need these?
I don't, if it helps you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You recall Mr. Thompson's statements before you all out. The statements that issued were two. Both are from Adam Fox to CHS Dan. You were both detailed names. And so what will happen is Mr. Barnett will next those statements basically rather than have those individuals agent that love the dealing with will provide those statements. Okay, Mr. Barnett, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning again, Agent.
Good morning, Counselor.
You recall the timeline that we're talking about, August 29th, daytime ride to Antrim County, Adam Fox, Dan, and Eric Molitor.
I do.
And do you understand that there was a statement made by Adam Fox in writing to Dan 5 days after that date?
Do my math here. It was the statement I'm familiar with was September 3rd, 2020, and it was encrypted Threema chat, a one-on-one between CHS Dan and Adam Fox.
And who sent the message? Was it Dan or Adam?
The message you're referring to was sent by Adam Fox. And there was a prolonged conversation between Adam Fox and CHS Dan, but the one I believe you're trying to get to is sent by Adam Fox.
Could you read the statement into the record, please, for the jury this morning and for the court and the parties?
Sure. So this is from September 3rd, 2020. Adam Fox stated, "Okay, Barricade, I don't think we'll be down for more extreme shit."
Could I have that for a second?
Yes.
I don't know if you said the word "the." Would you mind?
Sure.
The.
"Okay, Barricade, I don't think we'll be down for the more extreme shit. The more extreme shit."
Thank you. The next day, that would be September 4th. Was there some communication on that day? It should be in yellow on the second page,
Yes. Yes, there was.
or maybe first. With that, who were the statements made to in writing?
These were additional encrypted communications on the Threema app between Adam Fox and CHS Dan.
And what was, if you could describe those statements as they went back and forth, presumably?
Just the two you have highlighted, or the entire conversation?
Just the ones that are highlighted, which basically are three.
Copy.
Thank you.
You want me to read them or describe them?
Read them, please.
Okay. This is from September 4th, 2020. CHS Dan asked, "Barricade, ... driver? No, you kind of sat on the fence." Adam Fox replied, "Possibly. Let's run it by him at FTX."
Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
You've reviewed all of the audio tape from the FTX, correct?
Yes, sir.
You didn't find anything on there where anyone at all came up to Mr. Molitor and talked to him about driving?
I didn't find any, but I am aware that there were conversations that aren't recorded. I just reviewed the conversations where Dan was present, or Red was present, or Mark was present.
Okay, how many wires did you have there, so to speak? How many cell phones, wires, recording devices, let's say? More than 4?
Well, we had 4 CHSs and undercovers who were present with recording devices, but as I explained earlier, I provided a primary and a backup recording device. So there's more than, so for instance, Dan had 2. But there's 4 people who were tasked with providing information and getting recordings.
And who were those 4?
I was CHS Dan, undercover Mark, undercover Red, and CHS Jenny.
You had a picture, I believe, of Jenny, is that correct, up on the screen?
Yes, sir.
And her last name was included at that point?
Yes.
Is there any objection if I refer to her as her full name from the court?
I would, are you asking me or the court?
Court?
Is it necessary?
No, well, there's been a,
I understand, but drawing attention to it.
okay,
And Mr. Barnett, I'm only asking the question because the court has made a determination
yeah.
whether or not the information is necessary, and if there's a less restrictive method. That's why I'm asking. They don't need to be dismissed.
Thank you. May I ask if there's any more than one Jenny involved in this thing?
There's only one Jenny I'm aware of.
Okay,
Yeah. This CHS that the witness is talking about has been identified by picture full name and identify the sort of exhibits.
And I certainly understand that. Similarly, the address for the residence, for example, have been put on exhibits which have been shown. So I realize the information has been put into the public sphere already. That's different in the court's mind than simply notifying people and highlighting it in a way that is unnecessary. So that was the only reason for it.
So without creating any confusion, how's the jury to know Jenny versus Jenny Barker full name? That's my concern.
Sure. And that was the question for the court of whether or not there's a less restrictive method. And so Mr. Barnett, I think, asked that question of CHS Jenny that was referred to. The full name was included on a previous exhibit. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Which number exhibit?
It was the Luther FTX participants. I can tell you here in a sec. That was exhibit 169.
169.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was there any other Jenny that has been discussed as part of this?
No.
Okay. Then in all out transparency to the objector comment, the court's thought process would be that because there was only one Jenny involved, that information is included on an exhibit. Referring this morning to that individual as CHS Jenny is not creating confusion, so the jury is not clear. So
What about the Jenny P? If that's
sure. I don't
instead of using the last name,
I don't think that would be
her last name Jenny.
Mr. Sider, do you have any issue with it?
I believe that of course discretion.
Mr. Barnett, does that create any issues for you?
I'm hoping not. I'm hoping my brain doesn't
No, that's
show up a step behind my mouth,
That's fine.
which happens.
Mr. Ralston, any issue with that?
No, thank you.
Okay, then we'll go with Jenny P.
Thank you. Thank you. So Jenny P. is still working and Steve are still working for the FBI on September 12th and 13th.
CHS Jenny and Jenny P. It was tasked and was working. CHS Steve had not yet been notified that he would be deactivated as a source. I don't know what his tasking was. I certainly had reported to the handling agents that he had no tasking and was to not be involved in anything.
Okay, but he was wearing a wire that day because I think you testified that it was picked up on his wire or.
He did have a recording device, yes.
Okay.
He didn't have a transmitting device. He just had a recording device.
Okay, he was wearing a recording device and that's when Mr. Molitor was close to him before the explosive went off and you overheard Mr. Molitor offering help if someone was hurt by that.
Yes, sir.
We had talked about firearms with Mr. Robeson yesterday. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And we didn't talk about Jenny P., but isn't it true Jenny P. drove from Tennessee to Delaware to pick up Mr. Croft, maybe others, his family, his kids, and to drive them to Wisconsin?
I don't know. It's possible. I wasn't part of that portion of the investigation. Not saying it didn't or didn't happen.
Well, how did Barry Croft get to Wisconsin?
I don't know.
Who did he stay in a room with in Wisconsin?
I don't know.
He didn't stay in a room with Jenny P., his family?
I know that CHS Jenny P. stayed in a hotel. I know Barry Croft stayed in a hotel. I don't know if Barry Croft's family came or who else he picked up or how he got there. I don't have any of that information. I wasn't part of handling CHS Jenny or Steve Robeson. So that's all just background information. I'm sure somebody's aware of it. I just wasn't part of that.
Who is responsible for Steve and Jenny?
Judge, how does Mr. Cross or Jenny got to Wisconsin, who they slept with? How is that relevant to this case in terms of whether Mr. Molitor provided material support to Adam Fox or Barry Croft?
I'll move on. It's credibility issue from yesterday's testimony.
Mr. Barnett indicated he's going to move on to the. Go ahead, Mr.
We talked, thank you, Your Honor. We talked about firearms yesterday and Steve Robeson, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you acknowledged he's a felon.
Yes, sir.
You acknowledged he shouldn't have firearms in his.
Judge, we went through this testimony yesterday.
I think Mr. Barnett is going to be correcting for future questions.
Okay.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay, great.
So, and we talked about firearms with Mr. Robeson.
Yes, sir.
And you indicated that you didn't have any direct knowledge about his firearms, but you had heard it, I believe. I don't want to misphrase you or take your answer out of order in any way. Maybe you could just, again, remind us what your knowledge was regarding Steve Robeson and a firearm, or firearms, I guess.
Sure. So my knowledge was from live monitoring CHS Dan's transmitting device during the Cambria training. And Counselor, are you referring to Cambria or Luther?
The entire investigation.
Oh, well, I'll start with Cambria. So in Cambria, I was live monitoring CHS Dan's recording device, and I received some photographs from CHS Dan and a debriefing that I was able to correspond on the recording device, in which Barry Croft delivered a weapon to Wisconsin and then left it there in Steve Robeson's control. And so I was aware from CHS Dan that there was a weapon in Cambria. Ultimately, Steve Robeson did not report it to his handlers, but I was aware of it through CHS Dan.
What kind of weapon was that?
Hang on one second.
I was going to move on to the second portion of Luther, since it was a pretty broad first question, but I'm happy to.
That would be appropriate. Go ahead and just start. I didn't mean to cut you off by someone.
So then in Luther, I was monitoring CHS Dan when Steve Robeson was present. So I was listening to CHS Dan, Undercover Mark, and Undercover Red. And then at times there was firearms obviously being used in Luther. And then at times I would hear Steve Robeson come in and out of the conversation. So that's my direct knowledge of firearms. Hopefully that's what you were looking for.
So what were the firearms? What's the firearm in the first location?
The specific one I was talking about, it's a 300 blackout rifle with a suppressor on it.
Okay, and where did that come from?
Came from Barry Croft.
And how did Barry Croft get it into his possession?
Oh, I don't know.
So he gave that to your informant?
He did not give it to Dan, no.
Sorry, Robeson, your informant, Robeson.
Oh, as I understand it from CHS Dan, Barry Croft delivered it to Wisconsin for the Wisconsin Patriot 3%ers to have that weapon when they attacked their governor. And he left it there. Steve Robeson at some period in time obtained that weapon, which was left at the training, and then put it in a storage locker or more like a shed at another Wisconsin Patriot 3%ers property. So it was maintained by the Wisconsin Patriot 3%ers.
And Dan knew that weapon was in his possession?
Dan immediately reported the weapon as soon as I debriefed him, yes.
And what action was taken by the FBI at that point, or any law enforcement?
Judge, was that relevant?
I have, I can give an offer of proof outside the witness's presence, but I am not comfortable. I just asked the court to allow me to continue. I've got some questions about firearms, and I'd like to
I'll give you
know.
7 attorneys approaches. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your game, and I'll talk to you in chambers, all rise in the tree. Okay, everyone can be seated. The record can reflect the jury's out of the courtroom. We'll be in a short recess.
Let her go back there.
The attorneys and I had a chance to talk in chambers. There were some discussions relative to topics, I guess the way operations are going forward, and whether or not something impeachment as opposed to another topic that would not be permissible to go into. I think that after the discussion, the way I would phrase it is we all have a framework of where we're headed, and the questions that Mr. Barnett has identified to me in chambers that he wants to ask relative to credibility to the investigation or the witness. I let him know that because it covers credibility and impeachment, that those questions are fine, but some other topics not being appropriate. Mr. Barnett, if there's anything you want to place on the record, go ahead.
No, Your Honor, I'm fine with the court's directive.
Okay, and Mr. Walton, anything for the people?
No, sir.
Mr. Mendes?
No, thank you.
Mr. Side?
No, thank you.
All rise for the jury. Oh, okay. Yeah, let them know they can take 5 minutes or whatever they need. Everybody can have a seat. Thank you. And while they're doing that, why don't I just, if I could have the attorney's thought, that's fine. You're on that borrow the other's class. It's not, no, that's not, it's not, these are just yours. Sure.
Okay. These guys got it.
So you're all set? Yeah, all that's here. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We'll start off with the second safety was interesting enough, and then you, in the first week of it, and then describe what happened. There was an incident, and you heard me ask a couple of times, anything needs to report, right? And that's basically what the situation was. And it was one of the jurors had what I would call visual contact with some other folks who were involved in the case. Nothing inappropriate was done by those individuals involved in the case. Nothing inappropriate was done by the juror. It's just one of those things that we're a small community, and so folks are going to be in the same place at times. Both or all of the individuals handled it appropriately as far as the court is concerned, meaning that sort of everybody scattered so that there was no contact, and that was ensured. And so I think it was a perfectly appropriate response by the juror involved and by the other individuals in some contact, so it doesn't compromise the process in any way. I just wanted to let you all know that was a good example of how to handle it, and then going forward, anything similar can be reported in the same fashion. And I would note that I did go over with the attorneys so that they were aware of the circumstances in particular. And the reason I did that in more detail than I might otherwise is because you may have seen in some of the juror notes to the clerk's office. That's because generally they go in a court file. This one, I'm not going to do that just because it has some identifying information to that individual. I don't want that to be released, so that I'm okay. With that, Mr. Gordon, go right ahead.
Thank you very much, Ron. Agent Imply, you had an interview on December 12th, 10th rather, 12/10/2020 in Wisconsin. Is that correct?
That sounds right.
And you indicated you went there, I believe, at least agreed with me, you went there to interview Steve Robeson because there was a concern for safety for a source. I think you identified the source, is that right?
I was concerned for the safety of CHS Dan, but there was an operation that was going to take place in Wisconsin. So by this period in time, Steve Robeson was looking for CHS Dan. I was worried about Dan's safety. So we had a planned search warrant of Steve Robeson's residence. So the interview interrogation that you're referring to coincided with the operation of executing that search warrant.
Okay. And that's the interview. We talked about this yesterday where you said a statement that you don't let the facts ruin a good story. Is that the same interview?
Yes, sir.
That was from you, not from Mr. Robeson, correct?
That was one of the things I said during the course of the 5-hour interrogation.
All right, 4.5, something almost 5 hours.
Somewhere around there.
That's all on a tape.
Yes, sir.
And at about 37 minutes into that tape, you indicated something about the agents clouding the water. Can you recall what that was about?
Yes. So when we started the interrogation, I had a plan in place for how to target Steve Robeson. I wanted to find out if he was trying to kill witnesses, and I wanted to allow him to manipulate me. I wanted to develop rapport. And one of the things we did is I asked him about his concerns. He was concerned that he wasn't arrested like everybody else, and that he had been receiving heat from other members who were questioning why he wasn't arrested when he was involved. And so I told him that that's something that he has to go over with his handlers, that we certainly can try to arrest somebody. We arrested CHS Dan. So during our arrest warrants on October 7th, one of the things we did for Dan's safety was to arrest CHS Dan. Even though it was going to come out in court, we wanted there to be a little bit of confusion right away as to who the source was. So I was telling Steve Robeson that that's something that we can do. I described the court process and I went over the discovery process. I said that your identity will be known, but that is something we can do right away. It is possible for us to pretend to arrest you in the immediate short term for your family or your family's safety. And we talked about the possibility of that. He was very upset. He was asking for money and he wanted to be relocated. He was worried about his safety because he had been confronted by others about being a source potentially.
So you told him that you could cloud the water.
Yes, we could arrest him, certainly. And we could do things that would make it apparent during a takedown that he's not the person who's responsible. Talked about that in the hypothetical term, and we discussed what he would want us to do.
So there would be some deception there, would there not?
Oh yes, this interrogation was all about deception. I was pretending to Steve Robeson that he could continue to manipulate me, and I was pretending that the actions that he did were okay and could be explained. I wanted him to describe all of the illegal things he did. It was part of trying to get him on witness tampering charges and obstruction of justice charges. I wanted him to fully describe all those things, thinking that I was on board with it.
Describe what things?
All the illegal acts he'd performed and his role in the conspiracy. I wanted to determine if he had been radicalized or if there was other activity going on that he was doing. There had been some individuals looking to target CHS Dan, and I didn't know if he was behind that or if he knew who was actually looking to put Dan in danger. I knew my biggest goal of the interview and in allowing him to try and manipulate me was to give him some semblance of control. I was worried that he felt like he was losing control. And if he lost control, I thought he might go out and hurt somebody, specifically Dan.
You've mentioned that he's done some things yesterday. I think we talked about, or at least you shared one thing. We had a rifle or a 50 caliber firearm that he was arrested for.
He's done many things. Yes, his final charges were based on a 50 cal rifle that he had. And he's not allowed to have that as a felon. You can't own firearms.
Okay. So what was the relationship? Were there any other firearms that he was involved in?
By involved in, I mean, so he attended the Luther FTX and he attended the Cambria FTX where individuals were doing live fire drills.
Okay.
He purchased and maintained the 50 cal. I know at one period in time he received a pistol. He bought a pistol for his wife, he claimed. And then there's the 300 blackout rifle with the suppressor that he became aware of during Cambria. Those are the specific firearms that I was aware of that he shouldn't have been around.
Tell me about the pistol, if you would, please.
So in Luther, I became aware that he had like a note or some sort of receipt from his wife to purchase a pistol, and he received a pistol and stated that he brought it back to her in Wisconsin, that it was for her. And he showed some documentation that this pistol was being purchased by his wife.
Okay, who do you get it from? Buy it from?
Jenny Plunk. I'm sorry, CHS Jenny.
It's okay. So one informant sold a weapon to another.
It certainly went from CHS Jenny to CHS Steve to Steve's wife. So somewhere around there, yeah.
So your informant, Jenny, committed a felony selling to a felon, and also Steve committed a felony by possessing the pistol.
Well, I'll kind of break that down individually. So first off, Jenny wasn't my informant, but second off, you can sell firearms legally. So if that sale and that receipt was for his wife, I don't know, that would be a legal sale. Certainly Steve Robeson shouldn't be touching firearms and should be reporting those. He shouldn't be gathering them and bringing them somewhere, having what we call constructive possession of them. That is definitely against his taskings, and he's admonished not to do that.
Okay, so when I talked to you about firearms yesterday, Steve, you limited it to one firearm. It sounds like there's two additional ones you didn't tell us about yet.
No, I think the question to him yesterday was about the rifles.
Please, an objection, Mr. Wall.
Yes, that he's mischaracterizing his inquiry yesterday. He did not inquire about the pistol yesterday.
Mr. President.
I did inquire about firearms in general, and he lacked any personal knowledge, is what I recall.
Great. Well, I will sustain the objection in the sense that the testimony was the jury will rely on such memory for that. And any difference between the testimony today would constitute sufficient impeachment of the witness, Mr. Barnum.
Thank you. You're clouding the water in this case as well?
No.
Your agency reportedly made statements they were intent on confusing the attorneys. Do you have any personal knowledge about that?
The question was his agency.
It's FBI agency, correct?
I think there are questions of perhaps other agents. Was it other agents and not?
I believe it to be other agents, Your Honor.
Okay.
You're aware of that, aren't you, that statement?
I'm not aware of that statement, but to me, providing all the facts to the jury is certainly the highest priority. Anything I say here, and the goal of all of this is to make sure that the jury has the facts.
My question that you didn't answer, and I appreciate you saying something, was the attorneys, not about the finders of fact. I'm asking about the attorneys and the intent of the agency by any statements that were made that the intent of the agency or agent from your department, and that their intent was to confuse the attorneys in this case.
I'm not sure if you're referring to anything in federal trial or not. I was sequestered during federal trial, so I don't know the reference you're talking about. It's certainly the attorneys. My responsibility as the discovery agent is to make sure that you have all the reports, all the records, all the recordings for this case. So I'm confident that I've done the best I can to make sure you have those in any form you need them.
Thank you. You
And I understand King's and Nicholas' testimony, but when he made reference to the attorneys in the federal trial, he made a hand gesture over to this side, okay? He may have done it unknowingly, but we were not involved in the federal cases at all, and I just, from the record, I don't know if he was aware that he was looking over here when he made reference to where he in the federal case.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think what I would say in response to that is this, and then I'll give the attorneys an opportunity. You've heard several references to Jackson Federal. That's not involved in this case. This case obviously Greenville County, and it's a different matter, different defendants, different defense attorneys, and so there shouldn't be a reference or an implication that by referring to those trials it would be calling towards any of these defendants or the defendants themselves. Getting that, so I think that's clear to everybody. Mr. Ralston, anything else that people want to put on record about to do that?
No, sir.
Mr. Nugent?
No, thank you.
Mr. Sack?
Particularly that it has completely different content. So, cases.
Yeah, and again, whatever was presented in those cases is not part of this case. The evidence that's been presented is part of this case. It's the evidence that's presented here, and that's all we'll consider while we're making the ultimate determination. So, with that, Mr. Barnett, right ahead.
Thank you. And you indicated to Steve Robeson during that interview, did you not, at 2 hours, 27 minutes into it, that there were weaknesses in the case? I'm using my words.
I certainly don't know about the timestamp. I don't remember that phrase. I'm not disputing it. I know we discussed the case in totality. I presented Steve Robinson with 3 different options during the interrogation. I told him he could be a witness for the prosecution if he came clean. He could be a witness for the defense if he was a liar or radicalized. We talked about the home run option where he didn't have to show up in court. That was his preferred option. And we talked about certainly the weaknesses in his testimony. I confronted him throughout the duration of the interrogation. I presented recordings that he made, pictures of and where he lied. And I discussed how his statements didn't add up, tried to push those things forward and get him to come clean and make a choice as to which option he would like to do. And so there was a fairly thorough recap of the weaknesses in his story, if that's what you're referring to. I don't recall the exact timestamp.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Robeson, you indicated, we'll get back to the training on September. You said he had a transmitter. Is that a recording device on your end or his end?
So Mr. Robeson did not have a transmitter. He had a recording device.
Okay.
So it wasn't pushing anything out.
It's just sucking in, sort of. Taking in.
Correct.
Okay.
So then you'd have to obtain the device and then after the fact, listen to what's on it.
Okay. And that's Ty Garvin's property, isn't it, in Luther?
Yes, sir.
That's in Lake County?
That sounds right.
In Walmart and Cadillac, that'd be Wexford County, wouldn't it?
Yes, that sounds right.
Thank you. So Garvin had given a statement, did he not, to the, you provided prior testimony to this, but Garvin had provided a proffer. In other words, he gave a statement to the FBI after his arrest, did he not?
He did.
And you provided testimony about that at in another courtroom.
I've never, oh yes, for the preliminary exam. Yes, in this case, I testified about Ty Garvin's proffer. Proffer is, it's an interview with attorneys following his arrest.
And as part of that proffer, did he pass on to you anything about Adam Fox regarding the police department in Bel Air? Excuse me, yes.
I can't hear the question, Judge, I'm sorry. Mr. Barnett, speak up a little bit.
Yeah, I try not to yell, I'm pretty close to the witness. As part of that proffer, isn't it true that there was a statement made about Adam Fox's knowledge about the police department and when he knew about that in Bel Air? Excuse me, Elk Rapids.
What I recall from the proffer was that Ty Garvin had talked about how Bel Air and the governor's property, so location 2 of the 3 different attack locations, that it was more secluded, it was more wooded, and that there was less first responders. So the logical choice to attack the governor was location 2, as the code words were used, which is what they referred to as Bel Air, but ultimately it's the governor's residence on Birch Lake.
And isn't it true that Mr. Garvin pointed to July of 2020 is when that discussion happened regarding first responders?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to plaintiff's exhibit 8, which is your side's exhibit. You could have that. 8, sorry. I'll try to speak up. Missing Agent Harris today. Thank you, Dan. Mr. Grano? So this is the Wolverine Watchman.
Yes, sir.
And approximately how many of these folks were not charged in this case?
Not charged?
Yeah. 30, just under 30 vehicles.
Let me do some math here, Counselor. Might take me a while. So I count 24 people who were not charged in this case. I'm not counting Andrew Nichols. He was charged, but it was a separate case. So 24 out of this group that were not charged.
Okay. Let's flip to Exhibit 10, please.
I have it here.
This looks like some discussion with the Wolverine Watchman founders back in 2019. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Is Mr. Molitor involved in that?
No.
Draw your attention to plaintiff's exhibit 11.
I have it here.
And what date is that?
It's a multi-page exhibit. It starts on March 17th, 2020, and then it goes to March 19th, 2020.
Okay. Any mention or inclusion of Mr. Molitor?
No.
Was Mr. Molitor part of the Michigan Liberty Militia?
No.
Plaintiff's exhibit 21.
I have it.
This has come in and is this exhibit basically tell us that Mr. Molitor is quite happy to be offered a job through Mr. Fox?
No.
Just offered a job. Just offered me a job. Thank you so much. You have no idea what that means to me.
Well, you're asking a general question about the entire exhibit, which is multiple pages. I know that you're referring to just a portion of this box.
Sure.
So as a whole for the exhibit, no, it doesn't just say that, but I'd be happy to review just this box.
That's fine. That was my point. Thank you. Page exhibit 631, Barry Croft tattoos.
I have it here.
Does Mr. Molitor have any tattoos like this? Anything of a radical nature or militia related, if you know?
I don't. I know Mr. Molitor has quite a few tattoos and I just don't know what they are. I've never inspected them.
You didn't look at his booking sheet?
No.
Okay. You played a number of Adam Fox videos as part of your case in chief.
Yes, sir.
I take it you have no proof of any of those, whether Mr. Molitor saw even one of those, right?
Well, I listed on the comms chart, Exhibit 6 with Mr. Molitor, which videos he watched and commented on for Adam Fox.
Fair enough. So if he commented on it, that would imply he's watched the video.
That's my assumption, yes.
That's fair. And how many did he comment on out of how many that were if you have a rough figure.
Sure. Let me look at Exhibit 6, if you don't mind.
And that's a timeline between Fox and Molitor.
Yes, it's a timeline. I've been calling it the comms chart. So on 6/14, Eric Molitor commented on a live video by Adam Fox.
One time,
Give me a sec here.
sorry. Take your time.
Then on August 31st, 2020, Eric Molitor commented on a live video by Adam Fox. I believe there was a reference in Exhibit 21 to Eric Molitor. He said something about hearing what he's putting out there or watching or something to that effect.
Okay, so 3 videos, basically, you have at least a semblance of proof that he's watching and making responses to.
Yes, I think that's fair.
Thank you. Mr. Cross videos as well, those seem to be limited, but there's no proof, maybe other than one time that he, actually, I don't know if he ever did. Did he acknowledge watching any of Barry Croft's videos?
Correct. No proof that Eric Molitor saw Barry Croft's videos.
And okay, thank you. And there were a number of Croft videos that you displayed as part of your site, right?
Yes, there was multiple exhibits of Barry Croft.
April 30th, that was the Patriot Rally in Lansing. Tons of pictures you provided in Exhibit 46.
Let me get to it, Counselor. Yes, I have it here.
Eric Molitor present at that rally, any shape or form that you're aware of?
No,
You didn't interview him or anyone interview him to ask if he attended?
there was an interview conducted and he said he thought he might have been there, but we weren't able to determine from the interview if he was or if it was a different rally. Ultimately, I never saw any photographs of him there.
Okay. Exhibit 58 relative to Dublin, Ohio. Actually, 58T would be the transcript.
I have the transcript here.
And you recall Jenny indicating somewhere in that transcript about Stephen holding court. Do you recall that?
Let me check the transcript here. So this is a 2-pager. There's an unknown female. One of the females says hypothetically when Barry Croft talks about killing people, and he says, no, I'm not being hypothetical. And then the unknown female says no. So that could have been CHS Jenny. It could have been Amanda Keller. I just couldn't tell from those one words which female it was in the room.
Is it Barry Croft or Steve Robeson holding court? In other words, running the meeting.
Well, Barry Croft was running the meeting, addressing. He's the main participant here, and these rants going on and on about terrorism.
Exhibit 59, next page, 59T actually.
Yes, I have it here.
Toward the bottom of the page indicated, this is also from Dublin, Ohio, correct? And it's Croft speaking.
Yes, sir.
And he indicates as part of that statement, you ain't even gonna have to train him, Steve.
Yes.
So Steve's involved in training?
I think he's addressing Steve during this discussion. I don't know to what extent Steve was involved in training, but I know, Barry Croft, based on this statement, seemed to be addressing it at Steve during a portion of this. There it is. Yes, right here. This is what we're referring to. So in this monologue, this statement seems to be directed at Steve Robeson.
How was he compensated for his work as an informant?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No, so I'm not the handling agent, so I don't have access to Steve Robeson's source files.
Jenny P? How about Jenny P? How much was she compensated for?
I don't know. Same thing. I'm not the handling agent, and so only the handling agents in the FBI. There's generally 2 agents who are assigned to each particular informant, and they're called handling agents. And then we have what's called a source file, and those are restricted, and just the handling agents are responsive for the policies and the admonishments and the check-ins and the reports for that particular source. So that information exists. I don't have it.
Okay, so we wouldn't know the bias from what you've showed us about Jenny or Steve relative to being paid or maybe working off criminal charges, things like that, which informants do.
I am aware that just from discussions from the handling agents that there were no active criminal charges on CHS Jenny or CHS Steve.
Okay.
But I can't speak to their bias. I wasn't part of handling them or assessing them or tasking them.
Okay. So on 60, looks like Amanda Keller might be involved in this one. Plaintiff's exhibit 60, sorry.
Thank you. Yes, Amanda Keller is part of this discussion.
Curious, when she started being involved in what you might feel is illegal and how long it took her to come forward.
Well, the first the FBI was aware of it was this new Founding Fathers meeting. So she was in on the ground floor of the planning with Barry Croft and Adam Fox. And to me, that's really the most concerning part is the folks that were part of the new Founding Fathers meeting. So they're aware of
Wasn't
the
my
attack.
question.
Well, no, he was cutting the witness off.
Well, he's not answering my
Well,
question.
no, then you should check the court.
Objection.
Okay.
I just asked you.
I think the difficulty comes with whether a closed-ended question or an open-ended question is asked. So, and I think, so let's do this. Let's re-ask the question. The jury will disregard the answer, and we'll take listen to the question and the answer.
Thank you. How long was that Amanda involved in what you would believe to be criminal activity until she came forward?
I would say from June 6th, from the new Founding Fathers meeting to August 21st, when she contacted the FBI.
And she did that because Jenny went to her and told her what was going on?
Oh, no, I'm not aware of that.
Okay.
I believe she did that because she was scared that people were going to die and there was going to be explosives in Luther.
So Jenny P had nothing to do with that.
I don't have any knowledge of Jenny P directing Amanda Keller to do anything. I believe James Varney, who is a member of the Michigan Civil Defense Force, we saw him on the Coalition Leaders Chat. He was the one who was telling Adam Fox that he would be arrested. James Varney told Amanda Keller that people are going to get hurt and you need to go to law enforcement. He was a felon himself, so he couldn't go to law
I'm
enforcement.
objecting to the answer again, well beyond.
Agent, I understand the actual desire perhaps to explain something. I don't think that's good or bad. Mr. Oldham was an opportunity on redirect to expand on any answers. So with the answers provided, yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
And 77 T. Mr. Molitor mentioned on this exhibit?
Let me look at the whole exhibit here.
Anything about being a medic?
No.
That's in the back shack, right?
Yes,
He wasn't at the back shack meeting, was he?
that's correct.
And that was on 6/20 of 2020?
Yes, sir.
So he was on 78T. Let's talk about that, please.
Sure.
You have, it says by Mr. Fox here, looks like Dan is asking how many solid guys do you have, basically paraphrasing. And that we've got 25, right? And Fox responds that Mr. Molitor's one to go, right? And Mikey?
Yes.
Who's Mikey?
Well, all I know is that Adam Fox said Mikey. I believe he's referring to Mikey Moray.
Okay. And Eric Molitor is mentioned. Was it ever checked with Eric Molitor on whether Adam Fox is being credible here or not?
And I've never talked to Eric Molitor about this, no.
Is Mike Moray, was he arrested, charged?
No, he was not.
Okay. 77T. Your informant, Dan, was to be a listening post. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Why does this exhibit indicate he's training people then?
You're looking at 77?
79T.
Oh.
At the bottom, I guess, is what I'm talking about on page 1. It's not acting as a listening post there, is he, in the big paragraph at the bottom?
Right here?
Yeah.
He's asking questions about why we're training, what's going on. So I think he's doing a pretty good job here of trying to elicit information.
I'm going to ask again, he's not acting as a listening post there, is he, Agent?
In my opinion, he is.
He's talking, sir, isn't he?
Oh, yes, to clarify, listening post is a general term. It doesn't mean he cannot speak. So he's playing an active role as a member of the Wolverine Watchmen. So he has to fit into the group. Obviously, he can't be suspicious as to what he's doing. He has to contribute to conversations. If the group is training, he has to train. It would be unsafe for him not to participate. So when I say listening post, his role there is to listen and report, but he does participate, and he is a member of the Wolverine Watchmen.
Okay, so it's okay for him to say things like, let's shoot a bullet through the governor's cottage and or send shells to her address? It's appropriate for your informant to say that kind of thing?
Well, in this case, I know the instance you're referring to, and I believe he did a pretty good job of trying to de-escalate the situation.
So you admit he said those things? Yes or no?
I don't know about the shells. I'm not sure where the shells thing came from. I know he suggested they start with property damage and try to not have the governor there if they do anything.
Okay.
I'm not sure where the shell reference came.
So there's Wisconsin, Eric Molitor at the Wisconsin get together.
No,
That was on 6/21.
no, Wisconsin was early July 11th and 12th.
Cambria.
Yes, That's Wisconsin.
There's let's go to 87, please.
I have it here.
And you've gone through this. This looks like Mr. Molitor's replied twice on this at least.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at it.
Which exhibit?
87? Sorry, 81. Looks like a 7 sideways.
Oh, yes, I have 81.
And you read it, you testified about this exhibit at the district court, did you not?
I know I've referenced portions of this before. I certainly wasn't this complete exhibit, but I remember at least some of these pages.
Yeah, you made a mistake as you read it.
Oh,
In the prior hearing, correct? You left out a word?
I can't recall which words I left out, but if I do leave out a word, it's inadvertent. I'm not intending to leave out any particular words. Be happy to read anything again for the record if I misread it.
Okay, certainly. But you obviously can make mistakes, and those are inadvertent, is what your testimony is.
Yes, sir. I'm doing the best I can.
Thank you. '94, who taped that? Exhibit 94.
I have it here.
Who's the person that taped that for you?
That's Steve Robeson.
Okay, so Steve would be in proximity to the explosives.
Yes.
So he'd be part of the explosive. He'd be responsible for the explosives, wouldn't he?
He was near the explosives. In this case, Barry Croft had brought the explosives and was building them with members of the Wolverine Watchmen. So I wasn't aware of Steve Robeson participating in the explosive building.
But just like Mr. Molitor was not involved in the building when he indicated he would help someone if they got hurt.
Mr. Molitor was not part of any explosive building, to my knowledge.
Thank you. You use the word kill house. Isn't it been referred to throughout this as a shoot house by the militia that we've been talking about?
So in Cambria, Wisconsin, I heard it being referred to as a kill house. In Luther, Michigan, I heard it being referred to as a shoot house. But I do think they're interchangeable and they're referring to the same thing.
Okay. So kill house doesn't mean kill, and shoot house doesn't mean shoot, but that's just the name they give it.
I'm sorry. I don't understand the kill. I mean, means kill. I don't know any other meanings of that.
Okay, but you said they're interchangeable. That's what my question. I'll pass on that. Back to Dan. There was some video in 95 and 96 regarding the training that went on and the Wolverine Watchman's success in that and improvement in that training. Do you recall Dan training the Wolverine Watchman?
95 and 96. So I think we entered 95. I don't believe we've entered 96 yet.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, I recall the 95 video with the Wolverine Watchman.
Yeah, and they were the best in the group as they were going through the shoot house.
Yes, that's fair.
And that was because they were trained by Dan.
No, I don't think so. I think it's because they had done the most team training. They had frequently trained as a group.
Who trained them?
Paul Bellar and CHS Dan were part of the training of the Wolverine Watchmen. They trained as a unit. They set up their stations similar to Luther and Cambria.
Okay. How is it that you're allowing your informant, the listening post, to train for an illegal purpose? Well, just for wording's sake at this point, you're letting them train to commit criminal acts, and he's the trainer, so he's basically committing the crime we're here for, isn't he?
So CHS Dan is reporting all that activity back to me, and I'm tasking him to be a member of the group. I told him that one of his roles is to make sure nobody gets hurt, nobody gets shot. I didn't want any sort of accidental discharges to happen and law enforcement to come on to the scene. I thought that would be unsafe. So I had many discussions with him about what type of training was going to be performed, what his role was, and how he'd be participating.
Right, but you've allowed him to be a trainer to commit a criminal act, though.
So as I understand it, Dan himself is not committing a criminal act. He doesn't have the intent. He's not going to fit the elements because he's trying to stop the terrorist attack.
Okay. So it's really important to know what's in Dan's head, right?
Well, Dan's a member of, he's working on behalf of law enforcement. Yeah. So he's not part of the plot. He's not trying to further it.
But he's training these people so they're the best of the best. And he knows that allegedly there's some sort of illegal purpose going on here. How is he not committing a crime?
Because he's reported the crime to us and he's being tasked by me. My understanding of Michigan law is that a source can't conspire with other people if they're acting on behalf of law enforcement.
Okay, and you as a listener, he's the XO, right? Second in command?
Of the Wolverine Watchmen, yes.
It took about 60 days to get in that position?
I believe it was beginning of March to June 3rd. So within 90 days.
Next, exhibit 99. This has to do with 7/12, so we're in July. I think you indicated as this came in that Mr. Molitor was working that day. You recall that? '99.
Yeah, I recall some testimony about Mr. Molitor working. I'm just trying to remember which exhibit we were talking about. If I remember, the questions were about why didn't Mr. Molitor go to Cambria?
Well, I asked not what the question was, but the answer, he was working that day. Do you know where he was working that day?
No.
In July, you don't know where he was working?
Generally speaking, I believe he was working for Pinkerton's as a security guard, but I don't know where he was working.
Would it surprise you that he was working for Sam Riley and not Pinkerton?
I don't really know who Sam Riley is or how Pinkerton is structured, so I'll take you at your word.
Okay, it would not surprise you.
I just don't have any information about it.
Were you able to investigate on 111 James Bowen, who was also mentioned in conjunction with Eric Molitor, Sean, Mikey, etc.? Actually, those four names from Adam Fox's mouth. Compound question, but James Bowen first.
I don't know who James Bowen is. He's never been investigated.
So Adam Fox says a name, you don't investigate.
Not every name Adam Fox says, do we investigate? No.
He's not a credible person, is he?
I believe Adam Fox really intended to commit violence.
I'm asking if he's a credible person, sir.
Okay, then I'm gonna object to that question because the credibility of Adam Fox wouldn't be an issue here. It's not relevant.
It is. He's naming Mr. Mullins.
I mean, he's trying to,
Read it. The question was asked in an open-ended way. The agent answered. The agent answered the question. Mr. Brennan, do you have another?
I move on to exhibit 113.
I have it here.
This was the exhibit again, FAFO, and regarding the truncated exhibit that I put in.
Yes, so this is the screen capture that my team took during monitoring of the Facebook chat before it auto-deleted.
And that's obviously shorter than the exhibit I put in.
This is the same exhibit where you showed the second page where it referenced not kidnapping adults, snatch and grab. That would occur right after this.
Thank you. Exhibit 115.
I have it here.
And that indicates Adam going on again, on and on, this time Yvonne, Sean, and Eric. Eric's name is in there. Who is Yvonne?
I don't know.
You didn't check to see who Yvonne was either?
Well, in this case, I didn't have enough information as to who Yvonne was. No.
Okay. Exhibit 118, please. This is Mike Moray, the individual who was in charge, correct? That's the Mike Moray, or to Moray.
Oh, I'm sorry. What exhibit are we on?
It's okay. 118.
Okay. Yeah, so this speaker here is Mike Murray, or Mikey.
Okay. And he's indicating some culpability here, is he not? Page 2.
He certainly has knowledge of the plot.
I'm just asking if he has culpability. He's making incriminating statements here, not what he has knowledge of.
Well, I believe knowledge of the plot is culpability.
He says something like, think like us, terrorists. Page 2.
Yeah, let me see if I can get it up here.
Yes.
Oh, that's it.
There it is.
So are you referring to this exchange about being domestic terrorists
Yes.
like us?
Yeah. Keep going down, please.
Need to find out who's on board and terrorists.
Once, can you remind us of what UI stands for?
Sure. UI is unintelligible. So I mean, something was said, but I can't quite make out what they're actually saying.
Thank you. And at the end, we're going to have to figure out where her, again,
Oh, right there.
what's that referring to?
If we're going to do, then we're gonna have to figure out where her, I believe this is in reference to the recon right here, which is the surveillance of the governor's residence.
What, the Mackinac Island residence, Lansing, or if you know?
Well, this time they had the 3 different locations and they were talking about looking at all 3 locations and trying to figure out which was the best place to attack.
Okay, so he was not charged with anything?
That's correct.
Saying those things?
Yes, he never showed up on any of their surveillance
I'm just
missions.
asking if he was charged or not, sir.
He was not.
Thank you. Ian, help me with his last name?
Oh, Partington.
Yeah, he's talking quite a bit as well, and he's not charged either, is he?
Judge, can we approach?
Sure. Why don't we just, I know that we did do a couple of breaks, but the attorneys and I had to meet, so I haven't had, in fairness, given them a break. So what we'll do is go back to the jury room. Okay, we'll have, take about a 10-minute break to give everybody else a chance to use the restroom, and then I'll talk to the attorneys and we'll be back. All right, to the jury. Okay, the record can reflect the jury's courtroom. Sorry, Mr. Wilson, we can talk to the attorney still. I just figured that we've been pretty much nonstop all morning, so, but you know, need to charge on coffee or a bathroom break. So let's do this. I'll talk to the attorneys in chambers, and then we'll take our break after that. Everyone else has to take our break. Anything that you need to take up before bringing them back in? You're welcome to start with.
No, sir.
Mr. Nunzio?
No,
Okay, Mr. Side?
no, thank you, James.
Mr. Barnett? No, you're in. Okay, all rise for the jury.
There's one in the back.
Okay, that's fine. Folks are free to sit and wait or, and then stand up when they start coming in the room, or they can just stay standing. It's like you.
I like the time to start to stop.
Okay, everyone be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. One thing I want to point out for the record, there's been references to exhibits and some of them, let's say 2019, for example, jury and transcript clear. A lot of the times there was, let's say, 118, that would be audio or video file, and then 118T, the associated transcript, just for the purposes of the record. Because we're using those numbers a lot of times interchangeably when we print the transcript currently, which is perfectly fine, so that's not meant as criticism. The transcript would know if the audio or video were played, if there is simply reference to the document words, that's what they like. Mr. Barnett,
Exhibit 127, if I may. This has not been admitted yet.
I have it here.
You. I would move for the admission of this exhibit if we could, Your Honor. Check, make sure it hasn't been admitted.
yeah. But on the record, some check would be that. 127. I hesitate to call it, I said 127, I guess I'll close. Mr. Barnett, you're seeking to admit the exhibit?
Yes, sure. Well, yes.
Okay, so,
It's an exhibit I would ask my client about as well.
okay, so. then defendant Molitor's J as in Juliet.
You're on reading on at one point, Your Honor. Might be,
Which one do you go with that? N as in November.
Was M used, Your Honor, before, or did we skip over that for a reason?
Juliet and Mike were not referenced earlier, so that's why I proposed to November.
Okay,
So we propose exhibit N as in November for defendant Molitor.
yes, Your Honor.
Second. I guess if we're making a determination, I have to need some background on what it is, what the agents are doing.
Thank you. Agent Impola, do you recognize Exhibit 127? And can you tell everyone what it portrays?
Sure, again, it's proposed exhibit N as in November.
I apologize. Proposed Exhibit N as in November.
Yes, so I recognize this exhibit. It's a excerpt from a phone report. The phone conversation it's a individual texting between Adam Fox and Eric Molitor.
Okay, can you read that into the, well, let's, I move for the admission of Exhibit N, defendant's Exhibit, Molitor's Exhibit N.
Mr. Wilson?
No objection.
Mr. Nunzio?
We leave it to the discretion.
And Mr. Sabat?
Same guy, we leave it to the discretion.
Okay, defendant Molitor's N as in November, defendant Molitor's N.
Could you read the back and forth and describe, well, it looks like it's on 8/23, is that right? It'd be August 23rd, 2020? 8/28, it's got some different dates here. Maybe you can help us out when this was.
Sure. So at the top here, this is a recap from the forensic report. And this text string started on 8/23, but these messages here start on 8/28.
Okay. And this kind of went with 126, which was your other, and actually I put that in as well. It's been put in by both sides, the back and forth leading up maybe 27th, 28th, 29th of August, the conversations going between Mr. Fox and Mr. Molitor.
This was a conversation between Fox and Molitor.
So basically it was about the same time as the other exhibit I just referenced that both sides had put in, which had discussions about going to Big Rapids, et cetera, and scoping out hotels, that sort of thing.
Well, I'm just looking at this here, and this date is 8/28/2020.
Okay. Can you, so you've identified Adam Fox as on one side, the owner, would that be Eric Molitor?
Correct.
Okay. Can you read
Sure.
the basics?
So Adam Fox stated, "You able go tomorrow?" Eric Molitor stated, "I'm in. You said there were going to be you and some other dudes all in the same vehicle?" Adam Fox replied, "Yeah. So we're going to start in Lansing and go to TC area."
Could you continue to the next page?
Sure. Eric Molitor, oh wait, I'm sorry, top here. Adam Fox stated, "If you want to go to Lansing, you can meet me here at my back store at 08:45 tomorrow." Eric Molitor stated, "Starting in Lansing, what is the plan? I already do area sweeps at certain locations as well as a local group who patrols. If there is something specific you're looking for, let me know and I can have many eyes scanning." Adam Fox replied, "We're doing recon for possible future activity. Hit wire."
Okay. So that was the discussion from both sides, but Mr. Molitor obviously is talking about local group with patrols again, isn't he?
Yes, his word here is local group who patrols.
Area sweeps, what does that mean?
I think it's like security type suite. I don't know. I don't know what it means. I'm sorry.
Okay, so you don't want to speculate,
Yeah.
okay? That would be consistent though with the civil defense work you did, with security, at least the civil defense force with many eyes and that sort of thing, wouldn't it?
The civil defense force, that's the militia, correct? Not the security?
His civil defense team that he had started in the Cadillac area.
I don't know what the task of the civil defense force or team is.
Okay. You, we could go to 1:30,
I have it here.
and that's one of your days, that's for the daytime surveillance, a little summary with bubbles.
Yes, it's I call it the daytime surveillance timeline.
Okay, I think we may have talked about this, so I'd like to talk a little more. Fox searches address online, number 4.
Okay, I see it.
He's in the car at that time, is he not? Truck? Dan's truck?
By he, Adam Fox, CHS Dan, and Eric Mauder are in Dan's truck on number 4.
And we talked, I think yesterday, about extracting all of the phone information from Adam Fox, right?
Yes.
I think in prior testimony at the prelim, you were discussing photos that he was looking at this time in the car. Is that right?
I'm sorry, prior testimony and yesterday?
Well, not yesterday. You had prior testimony, but I'll leave it to your current memory. Do you recall Adam looking up photos on?
I heard live audio
Yeah,
as I was monitoring the surveillance, and I heard references from Adam Fox looking at his phone.
right. You indicated he was,
I heard a reference to Zillow.
okay. So it's, and did you do it, and I think you said you did do an extraction, but it didn't show on the state. Did you do a phone extraction for Adam Fox's phone?
Yes, sir.
And what did it show for that search that he's doing right there?
I wasn't able to find anything.
Okay, you did an extraction on my client's phone, right?
Yes, sir.
And that, you're aware he found nothing. I mean, you found records that he was going back and forth and looking at addresses, right? Or at least cabin, Whitmer, cottage, that kind of thing.
So I know the searches your client performed, but I can't tell you what he found when he did those searches.
Okay, you didn't plug in those same catchwords to see what comes up.
No.
It's true that he didn't find anything as far as an address or location of the Elk Rapids cottage residence, correct?
I can't tell you what he found on his phone from his searches when he did the search.
Well, you listened to the audio and he didn't say, hey, here's the address, right?
He made reference to looking at material at the Mackinac Island address, and then there was discussion back and forth as to which location they're going to
Okay.
and which location they'd be looking at.
All right. So it's true that he didn't find the address or provide any direction there.
I can't tell you what he saw when he looked at the phone.
I'm saying what he provided to Adam, which is not looking at his phone, didn't provide anything to Adam to help, did he?
Well, he was involved in the discussion with Adam Fox and CHS Dan about where they were going, where they should look, and they were, I would say all the members of the vehicle were actively contributing to the task at hand.
I'm asking about the phone search and whether that provided any assistance at all in finding this place in Elk Rapids.
I don't know what results came on his phone from the phone search, so I don't know how that helped.
Okay. Exhibit number 132. That is, it looks like Adam's phone. It looks like he's got an oath on there. Is that right?
I think that
Okay, has that not been admitted? Pardon me?
132 is not.
Okay.
And I'll refer to it as, I guess, an original, people's proposals. So,
All right. I would move for the admission of this exhibit, and it would be O.
So this is proposed, kind of moderate proposed exhibit O as an Oscar.
Yes.
We're hoping some testimony in order to determine whether or not admission will be.
Are you able to look at this exhibit and indicate what this is? Agent?
Yes.
What is this back and forth going on here?
These are photographs of text messages. Yes, text messages between Adam Fox and Sean Fix.
Okay. Did you do an extraction on Fix's phone?
Yes,
Is that where these came from, or are these screenshots?
these came from Adam Fox's phone.
Were they screenshots?
These are photographs taken by an agent looking on Adam Fox's phone as he's scrolling down.
Okay. Pictures of what's on the screen.
Correct.
And are there things missing in these as well? There's other pictures that were sent.
I guess we'd have to do an individual line by line scrolling just to check on that for you, Counselor.
Okay. And what's on the first page here? I move for the admission of proposed defendant Molitor's proposed exhibit O.
Agent, as far as you are aware of the screen grabs that are in your accurate of the conversation.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Ralston.
No objection, Judge.
Mr. Nugent. Mr. Shack.
Judge, I just point out that my client is not involved in this at all, and we leave the discretion.
Defendant Molitor's exhibit O as an Oscar will be admitted against defendant Molitor's exhibit.
So what's on the first page here, Agent?
So the first page has two pictures of the phone screen.
Yep.
So the text is Sean Fix, that's Sean Fix's handle.
Okay.
And the blue bubbles are Adam Fox. And then these bubbles are Sean Fix.
Okay. So this is Adam Fox and Sean Fix going back and forth?
Yes.
And looks like Adam Fox asked for an oath, please, from the second in command, Sean Fix.
Yes.
Your Honor, we can't see that from here. I don't know. It is been provided. So I'm sorry.
No, it's not.
Bring it in.
So you're able to see what they're looking at by looking at the.
We checked it out. I'm sorry.
No, that's not.
Agent, do you know if the oath was provided to my client, Mr. Molitor, on either the ride up or the ride back?
I don't know.
Do you know, well, the police report indicated he was sworn in. Was he sworn in either on the ride up or the way back to Adams?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
You know why the report would say that?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure which report you're talking about.
Okay, so did Eric swear into and become a member, or did he decline?
I don't know.
You haven't listened to this tape, of a 5-hour tape,
I have.
to determine that part?
I have.
And this is similar maybe to the other issue, you don't remember it?
No, I certainly tried to listen for this. I noted that there was discussion about him swearing in, and the oath was sent to Adam Fox to swear in Eric Molitor. I didn't hear it on the tape, but there's times when the windows are open and it's hard to hear. So I certainly did not hear any reference to him taking the oath.
How about not taking the oath and telling him that he's not interested at this time?
I didn't hear that either. I'm not saying it didn't occur. If there's an audio clip that says that, I stand by the audio clip. I didn't recall hearing that during the live monitoring or my review.
You don't recall either way.
That's correct.
Okay. And basically, the rest of this is Mr. Fix helping Mr. Fox locate the place and or confirming they found the address.
Yeah, so this is a discussion using coded language about the 3 different attack locations. So the previous, so this 2 right here, that's again a reference to location number 2, which is the coded language for the Birch Lake governor's residence. Location 1 is Lansing, location 2 is Birch Lake, location 3 is Mackinac.
Mr. Fix also called in, did he not? Or there was a phone call between Fox and Fix?
There was a phone call, but I don't believe Mr. Fix answered. And then Adam Fox texted with him during the call, or during the ride, excuse me, to get a description of the location.
Okay, not an address, but basically a general vicinity.
Correct.
Okay. So Mr. Fix was helpful to Mr. Fox to find the location.
Yes.
Thank you. Next, number 133T, I guess it is. Isn't it true that this discussion happened just after the audio that we played yesterday when Adam and Dan went to Eric's house, knocked on the door, said hello to his mother, and he came out and he, on the way out and or as they're outside, showed his RF device to both Dan and Adam.
Yes.
So as far as time goes, those 2 are back to back, are they not? This, the tape, and then this one right here.
Yes.
So when he showed the RF device at that point, he was not aware of any crazy comments from Adam, at least on that day that you're aware of.
I'm sorry, I don't really know what crazy comments means.
Well, blow up the boat. That would be one for starters.
Yeah, so
Blow up the boat. That would be one for starters.
so the blow up the boat discussion happened after the RF detector
Thank you.
was offered.
Did you get anything else on a phone extraction from Adam? Different dates than the 29th of August?
Yes.
Do you know why that wasn't on there?
Why, what wasn't on there?
Any information on an extraction from August 29th?
So there was information on the extraction from August 29th. A few of the other exhibits were pins in Apple Maps where Adam Fox pinned the boat launch. I was able to find those during this surveillance on Adam Fox's phone, as well as the videos you played. Those were all from Adam Fox's phone from the 29th.
How about the information that he was looking at or searching at the tavern? What activities do you have, or proof of his activities rather, at that location?
I don't have any, with the exception of the audio recording where he's saying words like Zillow and house layout and things like that.
Okay, so, all right. 137, your exhibit regarding Mr. Fox exclaiming, that's it, that is it, that's it, that's effing it, right?
Yes, sir.
Does that sound like to you like the first time you've seen that place? So, or he recognizes it?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to board that. I need to.
Does it look like it's the first time you've seen that, or is it the first time? Or does he have prior notice from that statement, if you're able to speculate?
All I know from that statement is he sounds really excited when he identifies the house.
Okay. admit that they were having a discussion about the legality at the tavern to bringing in weapons. And there was a discussion and an ultimate conclusion to leave them outside.
That sounds fair.
Thank you. Once they got inside, you have a picture of Adam. It looks like 143. Who provided Adam? Well, Dan provided Adam pen and paper there, didn't he?
I don't know where the pen came from. Ultimately, Dan had a notebook in his car, and that is Dan's notebook. I don't know who had the pen.
He told him to write a map, did he not?
Not that I could hear.
Your investigation didn't tell you that he asked Adam to draw a map or directed him to?
If there's specific audio you're referring to, I defer to the audio, but my recollection from the live monitoring was that Eric Molitor, Adam Fox, and CHS Dan were sitting around the table. I could hear a reference to Zillow. I could hear a reference to room layouts, and I could hear discussion about first responders. And I don't know who or how the paper went or how Adam Fox grabbed the map or grabbed the notepad and started drawing.
Okay, so that was further proof that Adam Fox was already aware of the Elk Rapids Police Department with the first responders conversation.
They discussed first responders at the table.
Okay, you keep saying they. I'm just wondering, isn't it true that Eric did not involve himself in that discussion whatsoever while at the diner? I'll say diner, tavern.
So Eric Molitor was sitting at the table with Adam Fox and CHS Dan, and then during the conversation, I would hear all of them talking. Not attributing like a specific statement. He said this or that. They were just all present, dining and talking together.
Isn't it true? Eric didn't talk about what just happened before, which was driving by the cottage, the things that he observed.
I think my recollection from the live monitoring is that the discussion at the table was initially to talk about the surveillance they just did, but then there was discussion about being quiet and kind of keeping it down so the other patrons don't talk. And then I heard further references later. They quieted down for a bit, and then I heard further references later to like Zillow and what appeared to be somebody looking at their phone.
They're looking at pictures then.
I can't tell you what they're looking at, but pictures is a fair assessment. You certainly could bring up pictures on your phone.
Thank you. And Mr. Molitor's voice was not heard in any of this discussion about the map, was it? Or the first responders?
I don't have specific statements prepared or audio for this, but any audio of the event, I'd be willing to stand on the audio as to who said what.
Okay. You don't have it where it's showing up here. Eric Molitor said this at the tavern.
I didn't.
With a box around it, that sort of
Correct.
thing.
I didn't select an exhibit for that.
All right. The map on 144, please. This has been brought up before, but it's clearly the Elk Rapids PD, 3 miles. I say 3, you said 2. 2.5 minutes away. Is that what that is sideways?
Yeah, so you're talking about right here.
Yeah.
Whether this is a 3 or a 2,
Yep.
I'd say it's up for debate.
Okay.
This, I believe, is a 2. This is a 0.5, and this is minutes.
All righty. And the other one looks like everything else 20 minutes or 20 miles away?
I think this says everything else 20 plus miles away.
Thank you. And this was before any discussion happened in the car about the same type of topic, right? That happened afterwards.
I have to refer back to the other exhibits. I know there is a discussion later about police departments.
Yep.
I know they were discussing police departments here.
Okay.
So I just reviewed the other audio clips before lunch. In our transcripts here, I don't see any other references to police departments.
Okay, so if Eric talked about police departments, Grand Rapids, anything like that, that happened well after this lunch, we'll call it.
Well, there's,
It didn't happen before. Is what you're saying. Looking
I'm
at.
trying to recall all the audio clips that we didn't select, and I don't remember specifics about a police department prior to lunch.
Okay, and that's consistent with the proffer that Ty Garvin did, that Adam Fox back in July that summer knew about the police departments and where they were and why this was a good location.
Ty Garvin wasn't involved in this.
I understand.
I'm not tracking.
He, as part of his proffer, he indicated that Adam had already selected this because of the lack of responders and that sort of thing. It was a good location.
I think he generally described how, as they reviewed the 3 locations, so they had the coded language for location 1, location 2, location 3. What he did is he described how location 2 stood out to the group because of the lack of police response in the remote location.
Okay.
So that's his reference in his proffer.
Let's go to 151, please. This is actually 2 pages, but on the front page, it looks like.
I have it here.
Looks like near the bottom. Well, let's start right at the top. Molitor says there's some discussion about, it looks like, going by again. Mr. Molitor indicates, yeah, because we can't do that again. Number 1, correct?
Let me see here.
Up near the 3rd line, 3rd speaker down.
Okay. Yep. I see that there.
And then, thank you. And now closer to the bottom, so we'll be getting the F out of here. Paraphrasing.
Right here. Yes, I see that.
All right, and somebody on the 2nd page indicating don't dare drive by that again, and he says F no. Paraphrasing.
That's the Adam Fox's statement. I believe that's what you're referring to here.
Above.
I'm sorry, what?
There you go. Did I properly describe his statements on that page?
These are his statements. I wasn't sure what you were describing. These are the statements right here. You can
Okay.
see.
Indicates he wants to get out of there, doesn't it?
Yes, I think Adam Fox, Eric Molitor, and CHS Dan are in agreement that they've beat up the neighborhood. They shouldn't go by it again.
Well, let's go to 153. Please. This looks to be a photo of Adam Fox on the beach by the boat launch.
Yes, sir.
And Derek's not in that photo.
That's correct.
Where is he? Were you surveilling to know where he was at that time?
I was on surveillance. I was on loose surveillance, so I was about quarter mile, half mile back. So I didn't have eyes on, as we call it, so I couldn't see where Eric was.
All right. 154, next page. Is he in that photo as well?
No,
I take it you don't know where he was, or do you, on either of these photos?
I did not know where he was.
Could have been back at the truck waiting and 80 feet away from Adam and Dan.
I don't know where he was.
Exhibit 155 indicates a boat sitting out there, like a pontoon boat or 2.
Yes,
And you're showing that because there's some plan to come from the lake side, is that right?
yes. So Adam Fox talked about after the daytime recon, he liked this location and he liked the ability to attack from the daytime or from the lake side. And then there was discussion about stealing boats. So they would have unmarked boats that they could abandon after the attack.
Okay. And the likelihood of keys being in those pontoon boats and those boats operating as a getaway would be pretty low, wouldn't it?
I would have to really speculate to answer that question.
Okay. Wasn't a good plan, wasn't a realistic plan, was it?
The plan would ultimately have unlikely to have succeeded, but I'm sure people would have gotten hurt.
I just asked if it was a good plan or not.
I tried to provide my best opinion.
Thank you. Looks like there's some hog tie comments. And Adam saying, "You guys." Do you have any proof that Eric was ever present when that statement was said prior? Or was that?
Can you point me to an exhibit, Counselor?
I can, sorry, 158.
I have it here.
Yeah, my recollection was, tell me if I'm wrong, that the statement might have been said before in front of the Wolverine Watchman group.
So Adam Fox has really brought up this statement many times throughout the duration of the investigation. He really talked about it a lot.
He said it at the Vac Shack.
I can't recall, but I've heard it many times out of Adam Fox's mouth.
Okay, next one, 159.
I have it here.
You indicated under oath that this was a discussion. Looks like a one-sided paragraph, so to be more accurate. 159, that's Adam Fox.
So this is the statement of the video transcript, and then this discussion or this statement here, I'm sorry, is made in the daytime surveillance, and it's clipped, so it's taken from the conversation in the ride. So there's statements before it, there's statements after it, and then this is one statement by Adam Fox that I thought would be pertinent.
Okay. $163.
I have it here.
Who built that?
This is the property prep in Luther. Ty Garbin, Caleb Franks, and Dan Harris were the primary people that I was aware of who went up north to prep the Luther property.
So who built that?
I wasn't there. All I know is that at least those three individuals went north. I believe other members of the Wolverine Watchmen went up. I just don't know who they are. And I don't know individually who, brought in the sand or put the tires or constructed the timber. I don't know those details.
All right, move to 166. This was the schedule of the 12th and 13th in September. It looks like a training schedule.
Yes.
Just curious why on 2100, there's a adult hide and seek small game for 1 hour, why that would be put in a box.
Well, this ultimately was a reference to the kidnapping plot. This has been an ongoing joke for all the members that it's not actually kidnapping, it's adult napping. So they've been referencing that throughout the investigation.
You have that set for 1 hour. That would be small game.
I didn't create the itinerary. Ty Garbin made the itinerary.
That's a family event and there's family members there of all ages, right?
Of all ages?
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Okay. There's children there,
Okay.
right?
Do you know, is that a question for him?
There's children, right?
Do you know?
I'm thinking of Billy Null Jr. and one of his friends, I believe it was Tobin, who were there at the, and I don't know if Billy was 17 or 18. So under the law, whether he's a child or not, he's the youngest I'm aware of. So that's why I hesitate on that question. I just don't know if Billy Null Jr. would be considered a child.
Are you aware, at any time where Mr. Molitor has turned down or accepted a lieutenant position in Mr. Fox's, any of his militia groups? Lieutenant position.
Yeah, you keep referencing the lieutenant. I'm just not sure where that comes from.
Okay. If I were to say it came on the ride, I believe up, don't quote me on that, but it's occurred on the ride.
That's their question.
Would you disagree? August 29th ride?
I would just defer to the audio recordings for the exact words that were said. If it occurred on the audio, that's why I make the recordings.
And exhibit, sorry, at 172, pictures of Barry Croft, and I think we covered this, but could you pop those up, please? 172. Okay. I guess I'll pass on that then. I will, thought they were talked about and there were video clips.
They were, Counselor. It was a different exhibit.
Okay,
I believe you're referring to Exhibit 189.
all right, let's slide ahead then to looks like basically the same thing.
Yes, sir.
That's a zoomed in picture of a video, a stopped video, is that right?
Yeah, so this is a screen capture that I created from a video, and then I cropped it on the side and zoomed in.
Okay, that's similar to the voice snippets that you cropped that we heard at the end of 2 days ago, right? You're the one that cropped those as well, didn't you?
I didn't hear it.
You're the one that cropped those audio clips at the.
So I have other team members like Agent Chambers and Agent Harris. We'd all listen to audio, we'd break it up, and then we'd select pertinent portions, and then we'd clip the pertinent portion from that audio.
Okay,
So I can't talk about those two specific ones, but generally speaking, that's how the process works.
okay, you decide what's pertinent.
Me and my team,
Yep,
we
Sorry.
find things that we think may be relevant, and then we provide those to the prosecutors. Then the prosecution team sits down and we take a large number of pertinent things and we whittle it down to the exhibit.
thank you. And this is, if that weren't cropped, what kind of scenery would be on both sides of that?
So you can see here Eric Mulder's back. So if it wasn't cropped right here, you see the back of his head, and then you see the back of his raincoat. And then if I didn't crop this here, you'd see more of Barry Croft's head, and then you'd see the back of his fatigues here.
Wouldn't it show that there's a group of people and that just you've got two people out of that group right here?
So this is a video, and I believe I know what you're talking about. What happens is this video pans around the crowd, and you can see other people that are standing over here at one of the weapons manipulation stations. And you can see other people over here. So as that video goes around, you can see other things. But what I did is I stopped the video when they were talking, and then I took a screen capture of that.
Okay, you can see how that would be a misrepresentation or misleading to cut all that rest of that out.
I'm sorry, I'm just not tracking.
You could have just showed the video as the camera's going across and showed the real picture though, right?
Sure.
And that didn't happen in this instance, did it?
No, I selected an image where you could see the defendant with a weapon talking to a terrorist with a weapon.
They didn't find her house on the second trip up, did they? The group that was driving around in the dark. They didn't actually put eyes on the house, did they?
Yes, they did.
And the exhibit indicates that their lights, either 206, well, one of the exhibits indicated that all the lights are off on all the houses. So how was it that was my recollection. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but how was it they saw the house with all the lights off and they had just gone by, presumably, her address?
I believe I know what you're referring to. So during one of the clips from the dash cams, the operators were discussing the observations they made of the neighborhood, and they talked about the lights being off in the neighborhood.
What's the dash cam doing in Mr. Higgins' car?
So Mr. Higgins put his own dash cam into his vehicle. The FBI wasn't involved with that.
Steve Roberson involved?
No, Brian Higgins is a paranoid man, and so he put his own dash cam in there, and he would regularly record his surroundings.
Okay. Can you flip to the firearms found in the Molitor home? Looks like it's in the next book.
Which exhibit are you looking at, Counselor?
There's two 233, please. That looks like that was admitted.
Yes, sir. I have it here.
Is that an arm brace or a shoulder brace that you were talking about?
So I was calling this a stabilizer brace. The way it works is there's a strap on the brace. So when the manufacturer makes these guns, if you're disabled or if you don't have strength, you could strap the stock to your arm to help stabilize it. But it also has a butt stock on the back, so you could shoulder it on the back of the brace if you weren't strapping it around your arm. So I just called it a stabilizer brace.
Okay, can you please don't put 236 up yet? Could you peek at 236 and indicate whether that's been admitted or not under your recollection?
So that has not been admitted.
All right, I move for the admission of 236, which is going to be, Defendant Molitor's proposed Exhibit P. Could you identify what's in that exhibit? Sorry.
Mr. Barnett, I need some testimony and information about the photo.
Thank you. Could you provide some background on this photo? What is it? What does it depict, and is it fair and accurate?
Sure. This is a photograph of gear. It was taken on October 7th, 2020, pursuant to a search warrant at Eric Molitor's residence. This is gear taken from his bedroom.
Okay. We move for the admission of Defendant Molitor's proposed Exhibit P.
Mr. Wilson?
No objection.
Mr. Lindsay?
No doubt.
Mr. Seth?
Judge, I believe it was in,
Those will be recorded there for any users. Also, during the mention of the violent defendant Molitor's, if he isn't Papa, he will be.
Go to 238, please. And this would be Q. Presume it's already admitted. I'm going to pass on that last one to view. I'm going to bring it back for Mr. Molitor. Thank you.
Okay. I have 238 here.
I tell you what, why don't we pop 236 on just so the jury can see what we had on and keep track of these. Thanks, Dan.
He isn't Papa.
He is in Papa. Okay, I'm fine with that. 238, could you describe what's in that?
Was people's proposed exhibit 2 created?
No.
So this would be defendant Molitor's proposed exhibit Q is exact, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
We'd like to ask the agents some questions about that.
You have the exhibit in front of you, Agent.
I do.
Could you just describe what that is and if it's fair and accurate?
Sure. This is more tactical gear found in Eric Molitor's bedroom pursuant to the search warrant on October 7th, 2020, and it is true and accurate.
I would move for the admission of Defendant Molitor's proposed exhibit Q.
Mr. Wilson is to defendant Molitor's Q back.
No objection.
Mr. Lindsay?
To the discretion of the court.
Mr. Seth?
same here, discretion.
And defendant Molitor's exhibit Q is back. Q is.
Thank you. Could you put that up, please, Mr. Grano? Okay, I would draw your attention to 239.
I have it here.
Again, there was no 239.
Correct. I'm going to admit this as a proposed exhibit.
R.
R.
Then it can be referred to as defendant Molitor's proposed exhibit R.
R as in
Romeo.
Romeo. Can you explain what Defendant Molitor's proposed exhibit R depicts and whether it's fair and accurate?
Sure. So this is a photograph from the evidence response team pursuant to the search warrant at Eric Molitor's house on October 7th, 2020. This photograph depicts various weapons, parts, components for rifles and handguns. And it is fair and accurate.
Thank you. Move for the admission of Defendant Molitor's proposed exhibit R.
Mr. Wilson?
No objection.
Mr. Lindsay?
We believe it was at the discretion.
Mr. Seth?
Also to your discretion, Judge Seth.
Defendant Molitor's R.
Moving to 240, which would be the next page.
report does not have on its admitted list.
And that is correct. I would move at this point to have this admitted as defendant Molitor's proposed exhibit S.
So this is defendant Mahler's, this is the best sincere. If you'd like to give this to testimony relative to.
Thank you, Your Honor. What does this depict? Is it fair and accurate?
Yes, this is a photograph taken from Eric Molitor's room on October 7th, 2020, pursuant to the search warrant following the arrests. And this is a photograph of the backstrap of a Glock handgun, a rifle magazine, and then it's got 2 patches.
I move for the admission of proposed exhibit S on behalf of defendant Molitor.
Well,
No objection.
We will leave it to the discretion. Thank you, Judge. Here, here's your section.
as with the others, the defendant Mahler's S sincere S will be.
Thank you. Just as we run through these, Your Honor, let's look like 241 and 242 were both admitted already.
I have 242 down, not have 241.
Okay. So this would be defendant Molitor's proposed exhibit T, 241. Could you describe what you're seeing in whether it's fair and accurate in 241?
So for Exhibit T, I'm looking at a photograph of a RF detector box. This was found pursuant to a search warrant at Eric Molitor's residence on October 7th, 2020. This is the box I can recognize that I performed research on and corresponds to the RF detector.
Move for its admission, Your Honor.
Defendant Mahler's T is in Tango, T would be
244. Well, go ahead. Thank you. Let's go to 244. Yep, I'm going to ask that this be proposed, Molitor proposed exhibit U.
So it's defendant Mahler's proposed exhibit U is in uniform.
Thank you. What is that depiction? Is it fair and accurate? Hang on, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hang on.
Yes.
Hang Hold on, please.
Oh,
Is it fair and accurate, and what does that depict?
it is fair and accurate. And this is a picture of a rifle. It's on the floor of Eric Molitor's bedroom. It was obtained pursuant to a search warrant on October 7th, 2020.
I move for the admission of defendant Molitor's proposed exhibit U, which was 244.
You're welcome to report. This is defendant Mahler's proposed exhibit.
Thank you. Sorry, Your Honor.
Mr. Lawson.
No objection.
Mr. Nunzio.
Discretion.
Mr. Sack.
Thank you, to your discretion.
Defendant Mahler's U is in uniform, will be.
Judge, we don't have that photograph loaded from Mr. Barnett. We will try to get that done during lunch. And obviously the photos have been dispersed, but the ability to project it.
So I'm done with my exhibit, folks, Your Honor. Now would be a time for late lunch. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll just take our lunch break. On the way. We take until 2 o'clock. So we can enjoy the lunch. So we'll be in recess until 6. All right, from the jury. Okay, the record can reflect the jury's out of the courtroom. Anything we need to discuss before taking our lunch break? Can we start with you, Mr. Wilson?
No, sir.
Mr. Nunzio?
No.
Mr. Simon?
No, thank you.
Mr. Barnett? Okay, thank you all. We'll see you back at the
Just the jury of the state of the house.
Okay, everyone can be seated. Welcome back to the beginning of the lunch. Anything that you're okay, if you recall, Agent was still on the stand, so David can return and restoring the Constitution's case in chief. We're in process.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Agent Infola. How are you?
I'm good. Good afternoon, Counselor.
Hope you had a good lunch.
Likewise.
Thank you. I'm just going to continue. Don't have a whole lot left for you. Sorry to report.
Oh, great.
All right. You've given some admonishments, have you not, to Dan? I think you talked about them a little bit on direct examination.
Yes, sir.
Could you please just run through those real quickly?
Sure. So when FBI policy, we provide admonishments verbally to confidential human sources. So one of the admonishments is you have to be truthful. The next admonishment is what you're doing is voluntary. You don't have to do it. Another admonishment is you're not an employee of the FBI. You can't represent yourself as such. Another admonishment is you're not authorized to commit illegal activity. If you are, and there are specific instances, we can obtain authority for that. There's a number of other admonishments that'll happen, such as if somebody's charged with a crime, you can't go collect information about the charges once they're charged, because that would violate their right to a fair trial. So the big picture is that I tell the source that you're acting on behalf of me, and you need to report everything to me and just err on the side of caution. Let me know everything that's going on.
Okay, so everything that Dan did, though, was dishonest, basically, because he didn't let on. He's in a dishonest position, right?
Well, Dan was never dishonest with me, but definitely with the members of the Wolverine Watchmen. He's portraying himself as a member, and he's not. He's actually helping law enforcement. So he's not being truthful with the members of the Wolverine Watchmen or anybody else that he deals with. That's part of the gig.
Okay. Has he been paid anything more recently than just what we've talked about so far?
Not to my knowledge.
And I talked to you about him violating the law by my words, not yours, by training the Wolverine Watchmen and making them more dangerous. and or trading with a purpose. And you indicated that it was not a violation of the law.
That's my understanding of the law in Michigan, is that if you're actually cooperating with law enforcement, you're not intending to break it, that you haven't met those elements or those check boxes, because you're actually providing that information to the police.
He's actually training, which is part of the law. Can't train.
The law has multiple elements.
Yep.
So if you were training and you were intending to carry out a terrorist attack, if that was your plan, that would be a violation of the law. But in this case, Dan is not trying to commit a terrorist attack. Dan is providing everything he does to me so that he's not then meeting the elements of those crimes that we talked about.
Okay, you talk to him and you find out, you continue to monitor his intent, I take it, as this has gone on.
So I debrief him, I talk to him frequently, and then obviously I'm listening to the things he says, so I'm able to see what he says to me, and then I'm able to check it out on the audio recordings to see if he's being truthful or not, if he's holding anything back. That's how we obviously found Steve Robeson was a double agent, through that sort of checking.
Okay, as opposed to Mr. Molitor, who you did not interview prior to his arrest, correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
As opposed to Mr. Molitor, who you did not interview prior to his arrest.
So Mr. Molitor is not a source. He's never cooperated with law enforcement, and he's was not interviewed prior to his arrest.
Okay, but we're talking about the intent factor, right?
I'm trying to answer your questions as you ask them.
Does that answer yes to that? We're talking about the intent factor in the crime, the alleged crime?
Sure.
Thank you. Did you get permission from anybody above for him to tell the Wolverine watchman they should shoot a rifle through her house?
I'm sorry, what are you talking about?
Well, you're aware that he told the Wolverine watchman or some of them that it was suggested that they should shoot a weapon through her home or cottage residence when she's not there, right?
So you're talking about something that we haven't discussed in front of the jury. That was part of the federal case. So what you're referring to is the new Founding Fathers meeting number 2
I'm
in
not
Peoples,
sure.
Ohio.
I'm not sure where it happened, but he has suggested that as part of his job or his position, has he not? And I'm talking about Dan did that.
So what I believe you're talking about is the Peoples, Ohio second new Founding Fathers meeting, in which there was discussion amongst the militia leaders about how to attack Governor Whitmer at her cabin up north. And there was discussion about having a sniper kill her. And Dan had suggested, why don't you just do property damage instead of killing her?
And how about the tannerite? When did tannerite come up? What is tannerite? Maybe first.
So tannerite is, it's an explosive material. So a lot of times it can be found in like exploding targets. I think you call it a secondary explosive, so it needs a little bit of trauma in order to make it go off. So it's available at Dunham's or sporting goods stores, Walmart.
Yeah, and how is tannerite, involved in this case?
Well, tannerite was actually never involved in the case. It was discussed by members at multiple times as it's something that you could harvest and acquire large amounts, as they were talking about explosives. But in this case, the actual explosives that were used had a different source. It wasn't tannerite.
Dan didn't bring up tannerite in the same discussion about shooting through the residence?
I assume you're talking about the new Founding Fathers meeting 2 in Peoples, and I don't recall Dan bringing up tannerite. I believe Ty Garbin referenced their ability to acquire tannerite, but I don't have the transcript. The audio is obviously the best source of that meeting.
Why did you keep working with him after he had gone over the top of his admonishments?
I thought Dan did a very admirable job. I thought he risked his life. He's somebody who was very responsive to tasking and always brought up everything to me if there was the slightest concern he had about what he was training or what could happen as a result of it.
So you let it ride. He violated his contract with you and you did nothing about it.
No, Dan never violated any admonishment. We don't have contracts. So there's nothing written down. There's no contract, so to speak. But I described the admonishments about being truthful and not having to work with us and not representing yourself as an FBI agent and not committing illegal acts. And Dan never committed any illegal acts.
How much video was taken in this investigation? Hours?
Well, when you say taken, we received the most amount of video from the Facebook search warrants that were conducted. And so that's taken by the defendants. Are you meaning how much did the FBI take or how much did we acquire in total?
Total.
It's probably hundreds of hours, but there are a bunch of little clips all over from all the Facebook accounts. So there's, probably at least 50 hours, on Adam Fox's page. There's probably 20 hours on Barry Croft's page. And these are just rough guesses from me recalling.
And what percentage or how many hours were ended up here in court or minutes?
I don't know.
Small fraction.
It's certainly not hundreds of hours. We've all seen the video that's come in.
Okay, same thing with paperwork. I maybe underestimated in my opening remarks coming up to my waist. I guess I did by a long shot, but how many pages of information?
There's certainly reams and reams of information that I'm sure we're all glad we don't have to go through in court here.
Okay, and that also would be a small percentage of what's been presented.
Absolutely, yes.
As exhibits, even though there's 255, maybe 344 actually, or so, actually more now. Right? That's a small.
The exhibits are certainly a small percentage of all the information. They're intended to represent what happened and to call it down and put it in a simple form for both sides to present their arguments.
Okay, so you were concerned about safety.
Yes,
That would be for Eric Molitor as well, wouldn't it?
absolutely.
So it was what his contacts, they were dangerous as well as everyone else's that had anything to do with this?
I'm sorry, I didn't get the question.
His contacts were as dangerous as anyone else that had anything to do with this?
Which contacts are you referring to of Eric Molitor's?
His limited contacts starting on August 29th.
Like his contacts with Adam Fox were dangerous, yes.
So he was in a dangerous position riding up with them, correct?
I don't think so, not
Well,
in my opinion.
Why did Dan have a safety plan? If it wasn't dangerous, why did you get Dan a safety plan?
Well, Dan was acting on behalf of me, so I'm his handler. If I put him in a spot where he doesn't have any support and he gets hurt, that's my responsibility. So certainly I couldn't control and had no control of Eric Molitor. In this case, Eric Molitor was armed. Adam Fox was not armed. Dan was armed. So I believe from Eric Molitor's position during the daytime surveillance, he had a position of tactical advantage sitting in the rear seat with a gun when everybody else was in front of him.
So can you tell me one meeting that my client attended throughout this entire landscape that you've laid out here? One meeting where he sat down and had a purposeful discussion with a group of all the meetings you talked about?
Judge, I'm not sure what a purposeful discussion is.
All right, did he attend any meetings? May I change my question? Did he attend any meetings? And I'll run through them if you need me to.
I'm thinking here of the significant events chart,
Yeah,
and I've put your client's, the events that he participated in on there for this purpose.
yeah, but I'm referring to meetings though.
Okay. So here's the meeting, exhibit number 6, that Barry Croft, Adam Fox, and Bill Null attended. Eric Mulliner was not at it.
I'm just curious if
Eric
there's,
Mulliner was not at this meeting where Fox met with the Null brothers. Eric Mulliner was not at the second Founding Fathers meeting. So I don't see anything that I've labeled a meeting here that Eric Mulliner was part of.
thank you. Before the trip on the 29th, there was an intent to invite several other people, either by Dan or Agent Jason Chambers or yourself. Was there not? In fact, it might have been on the week before.
So initially, the daytime reconnaissance was scheduled a week or two before, and there was coordination as to who would go. Mikey Murray and John Fix had indicated they were going to go. There was discussion about inviting other people. Dan had sent some text messages to see who would be coming along the ride. That's something that I specifically wanted to know, who would be showing up. And I told Dan to ask others who would be showing up ahead of time.
Sorry, there was encouragement to bring as many people as possible, wasn't there?
Not to my recollection.
Ty Carbon on the list of invites?
I can't recall specifically, but it seems likely that he would know about it. If you've got an exhibit, remember all of the invites that were discussed?
You said Michael Murray. How about Daniel Harris?
I believe he was invited.
Brandon Caserta?
I'm sorry, Miss
Daniel Harris?
Harris.
I don't know if Brandon Caserta was invited. Part of the confusion here is that they rescheduled the meeting. They had another event come up, and so the surveillance was abandoned that week.
Caleb Franks also on the list of invitees?
I don't know.
Invitees, okay. You don't know?
No.
Who's handling this part? Was it Agent Chambers and Dan?
I was certainly involved with CHS Dan. There was Jason Chambers was my partner, and he was also a co-case agent with CHS Dan.
Okay, he was your partner at that time in the Genesee County area?
Yes, sir.
He was in your office?
Yeah, so Jason and I are assigned to terrorism investigations out of the Flint office.
At the time. Thank you. Munich training, June and August. Was Eric Molitor present?
No.
Do you know of a phone call in June of 2020 for the Watchmen, Adam Fox, Dan, Harris Garvin, Musico Morrison, and Amanda Keller?
Could you go back to your list?
Sorry about that. That wasn't fair. Adam Fox, Dan, CHS Dan, Harris, Garvin, Musico, Morrison, and Amanda Keller. Do you recall that phone call? conference call,
I'm sorry, what was the date?
June of 2020?
I recall a conference call on June 14th.
Okay.
And I don't know if Amanda Keller was there, but the rest of the participants I do recall.
No Eric Molitor.
That's correct.
June 18th, Capitol protest in Lansing. No Eric.
That's correct.
Not invited, no knowledge that you know of.
He wasn't there.
And at the Vac Shack meeting, June of 2020, June 20th, it looks like.
Correct. He was not at that meeting.
Fox, Dan Garbin, Bellar. Was it Mike McIntosh?
James McIntosh.
James McIntosh and Amanda Keller?
Yes, sir.
No Eric Molitor.
That's correct.
July 7th, Bellar's house. Where's Bellar live?
At the time, he lived in Milford, Michigan.
Okay, so there was a meeting there, Garbin, Franks, Harris, Bellar, right?
Yes.
Any Molitor there?
No.
A Bellevue meeting. Any Molitor, Mr. Molitor there? Invite, knowledge, anything like that?
No.
These are, some of these, most of these aren't on your significant list, though, are they?
Correct. These are Wolverine Watchmen meetings. Eric Molitor is not a member of the Wolverine Watchmen.
Fowlerville,
It's another Wolverine Watchmen meeting in Fowlerville from July 27th, 2020.
all right, we've talked about April 30th
Yes,
in
sir.
Lansing. We covered that. Peebles, Ohio, Dublin, Ohio, Cambria, any of those?
You're asking if Eric Molitor was present there?
Yes, correct.
Peebles, he was not. Dublin, he was not. And Cambria, he was not.
What other meetings am I missing?
There was a meeting between the Null brothers and Adam Fox. He was not at that meeting.
Just a moment. You think you indicated 150 hours of recordings?
That's an estimate I have.
And those recordings were played for us in small snippets.
Yes, sir.
It's a small percentage of what he's recorded.
Absolutely.
Okay, hit everything. Give me 1 second. Looking for my highlighter. President Blythe, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you, Judge. We have no questions.
Mr. Rowland, let me go back to you. You were directed to.
Yes, thank you. Hey, Agent Lumpla, just a few questions here. When on cross by Ms. Nunzio, I think you testified that on July 27th, you asked Dan to follow the violence. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you explain that a little bit to the jury and what that means?
Sure. So what I wanted Dan to do was make sure he was involved with any plot moving forward. If the Wolverine Watchmen were in it, if Adam Fox's crew was in it, if Barry Croft was in it, I wanted Dan to be where the violence was. So in this case, I wanted Dan to follow Adam Fox and Barry Croft.
I think you were asked also about an August 9th meeting. And the Knoll brothers weren't at that FTX, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and neither was Mr. Molitor, right?
That's correct.
That was a Wolverine Watchman, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you talked a little bit about during your testimony about paper patriots. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Remind us what that means.
Paper patriots are basically members of the patriot community who talk big, but then don't actually show up. They don't follow through. They're not the guys that are the doers.
Mr. Barnett, on behalf of Mr. Molitor, asked you a lot of questions about people who didn't get charged. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so in terms of, factually, who didn't, the people you identify that didn't get charged, how are they different than Eric Molitor?
So those people didn't do things to support Adam Fox and Barry Croft in his plan for political violence.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about October 7th, the arrest date. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen on the jury, what triggered the decision to move forward with arrests?
Well, after the two surveillances, it was just too dangerous to keep going. There was multiple other illegal acts that were being talked about being committed, such as the ghost guns, and we were too close to violence. We weren't sure how we'd be able to make sure nobody got hurt in Antrim County if they decided to come up again or rent a house for recon or put up a game camera. So it was just too dangerous to keep going. So we went to a judge. We got criminal affidavits going, and we had arrest warrants issued.
During your cross-examination with Ms. Nunzio, you had a point of clarification you wanted to make.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about that, please?
Sure. So as we were talking about the meeting that the Knoll brothers had with Adam Fox on June 30th that night, there was questions about, what did you do coverage-wise about that meeting? And so I wanted to clarify, I didn't know about that meeting until after the takedown. And I did obtain some other evidence that supported, corroborated that meeting. There was text messages on Bill Knoll's cell phone in which he coordinated with Adam Fox the meeting. He talked about meeting with Adam Fox at the back shack, and then his truck had broken down, and then he coordinated with Adam Fox to schedule a new time of the meeting before the meeting occurred. Just to clarify, all of that happened after the takedown. I learned of it. So at the time when the meeting was going on, I didn't know any of that.
The pictures of the governor's summer residence on Mackinac Island, it belongs to the state of Michigan, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the photos that Mr. Barnett introduced, tell the ladies and gentlemen on the jury why Mark, supplied those to Adam Fox.
Sure. So we talked about the three different locations where attack plans could occur. Location 1 in Lansing, location 2 in Birch Lake, and location 3 on Mackinac Island. As the plan progressed and escalated, undercover Mark was close to Adam Fox, and we wanted to make sure there was no attacks in Mackinac Island. So when Adam Fox tasked undercover Mark with doing some recon on the Mackinac Island location, we wanted him to go forward and him to have access to that information. We didn't want anybody else to go do recon on Mackinac Island and to start planning an attack there.
The Robeson interview, tell us a little bit about, when you're interrogating or interviewing a subject. I mean, I think you said earlier this morning that you wanted Mr. Robeson to feel like he was manipulating you. Is that correct?
Yes.
And and I think you told us what your ultimate goal was with him, but I guess, kind of what I want to get to is, when you're talking to Mr. Robeson in the room, is everything you're saying to him, factual or actual?
No. So in this case, what I'm doing is I've got an interview plan and I'm saying things to elicit information from Steve Robeson. So I believe that Mr. Robeson thought the entire time he was getting away with manipulating the FBI.
That's just speculations. Yeah, just so.
No, he's in the room, Mr. Robeson.
I think he could testify to observation from Mr. Robinson in terms of without anything to be related to a mindset. I think would be, but that be an easy question. So we'll be saying that.
Thank you.
Let me ask this. Did Robeson get a free pass?
Oh, absolutely not.
Okay, and why do you say that?
Well, because as soon as we found out that he was manipulating and lying to the FBI and committing crimes, we opened an investigation and then ultimately we charged him. So there's no free pass just because you would agreed to be a source or you went back on your commitment or you lied to the FBI initially.
You were asked quite a bit about Dan's training, and it was suggested that he made the Wolverine Watchman more dangerous. Tell us what your direction to Dan was.
Sure. So gave direction to Dan to try to de-escalate as much as possible. The number one key was to make sure nobody got hurt with an accidental discharge on the range. So we talked about a concept we called crawl, walk, run. And the crawl stage was just general weapons handling without ammunition, so that if possible, they could do dry runs and just practice without bullets in their gun. We thought that was the safest thing to do. Beyond that, anything that was requested had to come from a commander of the Wolverine Watchmen. So Joe Morrison and Paul Bellar were the ones who would create the itineraries and give direction. And then Dan would come to me and tell me that he'd been asked to do some particular training. And I would tell him, generally speaking, you can do what's on YouTube. So if you find general marksmanship or general movement drills on YouTube and they're readily available, then you can talk about those with the guys.
Yesterday, Agent Impala, you were asked questions by Mr. by Mr. Barnett rather, about you testified, introductory question, you testified before that Mr. Molitor was providing instruction to Mr. Fox in the Walmart parking lot Saturday morning. You testified about that on direct, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you remember Mr. Barnett questioning you about that and whether or not that actual event occurred?
Yes.
Okay. Since that questioning has occurred, did you go back and look and search for audio of that event?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And that's been marked, Your Honor, I believe, proposed Exhibit 268. Are you familiar with that exhibit?
I am.
And what is it?
So 268 is audio recording from September 12th, the Luther FDX timeframe. And this is at the Walmart parking lot at 10:34 a.m. And Adam Fox is in the Walmart parking lot with CHS Dan when Eric Molitor arrives and then provides advice and a description to Adam Fox about how his RF detector works and how it can be used.
And is there an associated transcript of that marked 268T?
Yes, there is.
And can you, with that, Judge, I'd move for admission. Well, is the transcript accurate as to the audio?
Yes.
Move for admission, please, of proposed Exhibit 268 and 268T.
Mr. Duncan? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry, I forgot about the bombing issue. We're going to take a short little break so I can talk to the attorneys and chambers. All rise for the jury.
I'll try to do that. Okay, let's go talk to him first. Maybe we don't need to. Yeah, yeah, and he's asking insurance. Yeah. You know what, can you look at Jason? Let's look at Jason. Yeah, I haven't heard this.
Okay, the record can consult the jury's out of the courtroom. The attorneys are now going to the office. Anything before we can do that.
We're gonna bring in the play, with their,
For both of you.
yeah.
Okay, let's do that then. We'll be in recess until that time. If you agree to step down while we're doing that.
Thank you.
Listening to the proposed exhibit 268, as well as the Attorney General's office has provided copies of 2618 to each of the parties. Any issues that we need to discuss before bringing the jury back in? Mr. Wilson?
No, sir.
Mr. Nunzi?
No, thank you.
Mr. Sacker?
No, thank you.
Mr. Barnett?
No, you're right.
Okay, all rise for the jury.
What number was that again?
268.
Thank you.
And 2618. Mr. Nunzi? You would have Ms. Nunzi's. I apologize. Okay, everyone can be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you recall, there was discussion about I believe Ms. Ross, for admission of the proposed, is that correct?
Yes, please.
Ms. Nunzio, let me go to you in terms of 268 and 2618.
Rely on the court's discretion, Your Honor.
Mr. Sacker?
Thank you.
Mr. Barnett?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, based on the circumstances, 268 and 2618 will be admitted into the proposed.
There's the back front block by road and gas station going 7 to the room. No, I'm gonna get it right.
Oh, okay.
You know, what you were
What's up, man? Are you
I'm sorry for your frequency and consistent magnet. It comes on home, it will protect itself. And the citizens distress, we've got some trials, they get 2 grand loans. Like that. If somebody has something sending out, no, sending out, radio frequency. So it's sending out or coming in, batteries.
Someone again. Does it do the game or the car?
be hard to sketch. But I can turn on GS, and I'll turn all these on. Then you just stand around, look through that fucking thing, and I just check that out, and I'm the blueprint of the phone from the factory. This has got a little sheen to it.
Thank you very much, Agent. I'm pulling up. No further questions, Judge.
Students, do you have any requests?
Just briefly, do you have the lights back on your end?
Sure. Turn over your mic. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Counselor.
So I believe you stated on redirect that Steve wasn't given a free pass, right?
That's correct.
He initially started out as a confidential human source.
That's correct.
You stated that prior to Luther, he was deactivated, but he didn't know that he was deactivated.
No, that's not the case. So he still believed he was a source. He was still working with his handling agents through Luther.
Okay, so, but he was deactivated in your mind, like you weren't going to continue to use him.
What I had told the agents from Milwaukee is that I didn't want him near or influencing anything. I wasn't counting on his participation. I didn't want him in Luther. If he did have to come or for whatever reason, that they had to manage that, but that he was not part of our undercover operation.
So it's fair to say that he believed he was still a confidential human source, but you weren't going to treat him as a confidential human source moving forward.
That's correct.
And that was because I believe what you stated, that he was helping further the plot in some form.
Correct.
And he participated in that nighttime surveillance, correct?
Correct.
And he was not charged with material support in this case.
That's correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Barnett, any requests for you?
Fred, I was asked about, I don't know if I heard right, but I will.
Ask you about a YouTube video and training, something about that. What was can you recall what your answer was and point made on the YouTube videos that Dan would be training up to that level? Or what was your point there?
As I just talked about with the prosecutor, when Dan was involved in training with the Wolverine Watchmen, he would frequently come to me and ask what he was allowed to do. He would get taskings from Joe Morrison or Paul Bellar as to what the training itinerary was. And I would tell him you can't provide ideas on the itinerary, but you can participate. And if you do provide any ideas, provide things that can be found on YouTube.
And what's the level of YouTube that we're talking about here? Isn't there military, high-grade military stuff being demonstrated on YouTube?
Well, there can be. We weren't referencing that. I don't believe Dan provided any high-grade military training, but he talked a lot about muzzle discipline. So we talk about indexing your rifle right here so you don't flag the people in front of you as you're breaching a building. We talk about how to communicate in a stack. And the stack and the breaching would be, those items would be given down by Joe Morrison or Paul Bellar, and then Dan would be there and he would provide some input while he's in the stack as to how he thought the team could go through. Paul Bellar did as well, other team members. It was typical for all the members of the team to provide input onto what they saw. And that's the purpose of the training videos, is that all the members of the team could review their training videos and see how they could do it better.
Right. You mentioned dry fire versus live fire as well.
Yes, sir.
And there's a ton of video with coming in shoot houses with him shooting.
That's correct.
Right? Quite a few, aren't there?
I'd say probably under 10 videos.
Okay.
So probably around 8 videos of them shooting in shoot houses.
You encouraged him to do live or dry fire anytime he could?
with the Wolverine Watchman, I told Dan, like, if he's involved, if there's concern about safety or if things aren't set up, try to see if you can do dry fire. Try to see if you can start with that first. And so in Cambria and in Luther, they did start with dry fire first.
And ended up coming through basically with rapid fire shooting. Dan leading the charge.
Well, I don't believe Dan was leading any charge, but when you say rapid fire, as they entered a shoot house or a kill house, they would take as many shots as necessary to put the target down.
Okay, but he was leading. He was the first one through the door.
No, he was generally standing at the door to the shoot house. And so he would say, somebody else can come up, talk to them about where you're going to go and how to have muzzle discipline.
Yep.
So Dan didn't, to my knowledge, he's not like jumping in front and leading the stack.
Okay. He's training these.
So he's the range safety officer. That was his role, the RSO for those trainings to make sure it was.
He's training them. Right?
I think the witness's answer was cut off there, Judge. He was mid-sentence.
Agent, if you completed yours.
I'll restate, or maybe you can ask the question again and I'll make sure I get it.
He's the trainer of this group. He's the most experienced. He's using that experience to train them.
So for the Wolverine Watchman, he's the XO. Ultimately, he becomes the second in charge of the Wolverine Watchman. And then he has the role of the range safety officer. And then during training, he participates, he helps others, and he plays a role with the training.
And that falls in the category of listening post?
In this case, yes, this is what I tasked him to do.
Thank you.
Mr. Side, anything?
No comment.
Mr. Lawson, when you
Just one question, Judge. Agent Ipla, if Dan shows up with no gun, no kit, cup of coffee in his hands, and he just sits around, stands around, I mean, would that be safe for him?
No, absolutely not.
Why?
Well, he wouldn't be trusted. He wouldn't be a member of the team. He would have no role or purpose for being there.
Which again is speculation. It's just the same part of the testimony that was done before.
overruled, but it's not true. It's not doing any.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Barnett, you may
No, you're right.
No, you're not. Thank you.
Thank you. Agent, you may step in. Mr. Lawson, your next witness.
Next witness will be undercover Mark.
Okay, so there's something that the court needs to address in the record pursuant to the court rules, pursuant to Administrative Order number 1989-1. And the court rule is 3.116 and deals with Part D access to the proceedings. As indicated to the parties and to the media folks when we met previously before trial, because as they had done when you heard undercover Mark's name, for example, referenced in that action in CHS Dan, the court does have latitude by which to close the courtroom, and I'm not going to do that at both parties. I just have to start beginning to get there. And there are legal restrictions on that and findings that the court has to make. I don't think a total closure of the courtroom is appropriate under these circumstances, as parties know. Previously, that would involve removing everybody except the jury and participants in the trial. However, consistent with the court rule and the administrative order, which actually specifically allows for limiting the disclosure of police informants and undercover agents. So consistent with that and what I had directed previously, the court will issue a standing order for the duration of the trial that all video footage will stop when the witness is called that qualifies as such a capacity. So that would apply to the CHSs and the undercover agents that may or may not be testifying. So as soon as their name is called, video will have to be stopped. That includes live video transmission, video recording. It also includes still photography, no photographs of any kind. By definition, then audio may still be transmitted for live streams, for example, and the audio may still be recorded by other folks. And audience members do not need to leave the room. They're obviously free to stay and hear the testimony as well. Basically, it's just any video footage. You may not go out and no cameras, et cetera, all that kind of thing. And this position will be prepared so that a court order is entered into the file because that's required under the court rule. And so I assume that that means we'll need to take a break so that that can be done. Yeah. So what we'll do is we'll take a short amount of time. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to excuse you if there's even going to be anything that needs to be discussed outside of your presence. That's really just taking a pause so that that action can be taken. So that's what we'll do at this time. We'll be off the record to give folks time in order to comply with that. Anyway. Guns that were found in the search warrants, all vehicles are owned, possessed, carried in Michigan. The response from the court is that none of the defendants were charged with any weapons-related offenses. The charges were read to you.
Well, count two is what I'm thinking.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was before phrasing my report. Thank you, Mr. Welcome. Count two, you'll recall, is felony firearm, and that specific charge relates to the allegation is possessing a firearm while committing the original offense. So it wasn't, they weren't charged with possessing the weapon in and of itself in the home for when the search warrant was executed.
Illegal weapons.
Yeah. Okay.
No objection.
Okay. Mr. Sager, Mr. Barnett.
No objection.
Okay.
None.
I apologize.
No worries.
And agent, this is the one. So there was another series of questions in terms of the wire Facebook chat. And it reads, is this chat just like Snapchat? So I'm going to break it into sections for the questions that were asked. So do you know if a person gets notifications through that?
I do.
Okay.
And it's dependent on how you have your notifications set up on your phone. So just like Snapchat, if a message comes through, it'll show a little notification on your phone, and then the top of your phone, it'll tell you how many notifications there are. Obviously, for Snapchat or for any app you have, you can turn off those notifications. But for Wire, the default is those notifications come on and they tell you how many notifications there are. And then when you read it, just like Snapchat, it'll either disappear right away, or in this case, it had 24-hour clock after reading it before it would disappear.
For any of the defendants that had Wire, do you know whether or not any of the notification systems were on?
I do not.
Okay. When you close the app, is that when messages self-delete, or do you know the self-delete function and how it works?
Yes, so the self-delete function works after you read the message. So if you have 20 messages built up from a couple days ago, and then you log into the app and click on it, all 20 of those messages will pop up, just like on Snapchat. And then once you read the message, it'll go to the self-delete timer.
Okay. Mr. Wilson, any follow-up based on those two?
No, sir.
Ms. Nancy?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Sack?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Yes. Just opening it up, and you've got 20 messages, doesn't mean you read them all. You just open them up, and that's when the clock starts ticking, correct?
That's correct.
So you don't have to actually read every one. You might miss some or not read any of them. But you open them up,
Correct.
and that starts the clock.
Correct.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Ian.
Mr. Wilson, anything else for you?
No, thank you.
Ms. Nancy, based on?
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
Okay. Take a number.
Thank you. Are we good with the camera?
All the cameras are all set. Get the thumbs up from everybody. Everybody's in compliance, okay? Just to remember, just 1 second. The order of them, orders previously as to the restrictions have been signed and issued. So if you want to forward. Before you sit down, you raise your hand. You swear that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat. And so normally I start out by having people tell us their full name for the purposes here. I will just be referred to as undercover. Mr. Duxbury.
Thank you, Your Honor. Undercover Mark, can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Mark. I'm a special agent with the FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
I'm sorry, I'm having a difficult time hearing you.
I'm sorry. My name is Mark. I'm a special agent with the FBI. And if I go too fast, just let me know.
I definitely will.
For how long have you been employed by the FBI?
Since May of 2009.
What is your current assignment?
I'm currently assigned to our Washington field office in DC.
And what is your role in the FBI currently, specifically as a special agent?
Sure. I'm a trained investigator, just like most special agents within the FBI. But as a collateral or secondary duty, I also serve in an undercover capacity for the FBI on various matters.
So in your primary duty as an investigator, do you have cases that you're responsible for?
I do, yes, sir.
And then if I understand you correctly, a secondary role in operating as an undercover.
Correct, yes, sir.
Can you explain to the jury for how long you've had that secondary role as an undercover agent?
To operate as an undercover within the FBI, you have to be certified. That means you have to receive some specialized training. I received that specialized training in 2015, so I've been operating as an undercover since that time.
Well, it's approximately 8 years.
Yes, sir.
And as an undercover in the FBI, what types of cases have you worked on?
I've worked almost everything that the FBI investigates, but the areas that I have worked mainly are domestic terrorism matters and drug cases.
What is the purpose of an undercover agent in the FBI investigations?
So the purpose of an undercover is really twofold. The first prong, if you will, is to verify allegations that are being made about a particular person or group. An example I would give would be if a person is alleged to want to commit a murder for hire, is looking for a hitman. You might send an undercover to go meet with that person to verify whether or not that's actually something they're looking for. And then the second prong would be to gather evidence of that crime that's being committed for the case team.
As far as an investigation goes, why would it be important to use an undercover agent to gather that sort of evidence as opposed to your standard course of action for an investigation?
The undercover allows the investigators to see a more candid view of the subjects. The subjects may tell an undercover something they wouldn't tell a police officer or another FBI agent that came to interview. They may reveal facts to an undercover that they'd be reluctant to reveal to law enforcement.
Is this dangerous work?
It is, yes, sir. It can be.
And why so?
Often I'm meeting with individuals who are dangerous because of crimes that they're either committing or alleged to be committing. Is often, if I was discovered as an undercover, those people would be upset, to say the least, and I would be potentially in physical danger.
I'm sorry, potentially.
In physical danger.
You mentioned the certification that you go through as to become an undercover agent. I think you might have mentioned some specific training. Can you explain that in detail to the jury?
Sure. It's a multi-week course that is both classroom and practical exercises, and it goes over the undercover technique and the various violations that the FBI works, everything from counterintelligence to criminal matters to cyber matters to counterterrorism.
From an undercover agent's perspective, when you're being introduced into an investigation, what sort of information is it important for you to have?
General case background, who the subject is, what the alleged federal violation or the alleged crime is, what investigative steps have been taken to date, things of that nature, whether there are sources, CHSs, that are reporting on the subject, things of that nature.
And why would it be important for you to know if there's a CHS involved that's reporting on the case?
I want to know what information that person or persons has gathered to date and what they have told what the subject has told the CHS about the subject's plans.
Would it be important for you to know who that CHS is specifically within this investigation?
Yes, sir. If they're operating on behalf of the government, that's a good thing for me to know for deconfliction purposes.
What do you mean by deconfliction?
So I know that they're operating at the behest of, or at the ask of an agent within the field office.
And this, the process of introducing an undercover agent to an investigation, is this something that you just can do on a whim, or is there something a protocol to it?
No, sir. There's a protocol within the Bureau that has to be followed. It involves paperwork and various approvals at various levels of the field office management.
Now, I'm going to direct your attention to June of 2020. In that time, were you asked to assist during this investigation?
I was, yes, sir.
And in what capacity were you asked to assist in this investigation?
I was asked to assist this investigation in the capacity as an undercover.
And who asked you to do so?
Agents from the Detroit field office.
You said June of 2020. Can you give us a more specific time frame?
It would have been late June 2020. I probably would have had a telephone call about this matter in the last week or two of June. My first actions as an undercover in this matter were on June 29th, so it would have been approximately a week before that.
Specifically, what did those agents ask you to do?
They told me that there was a subject of an investigation, a gentleman by the name of Adam Fox, residing in the Grand Rapids area, who had made some disturbing statements about wanting to commit some violent acts directed at the Michigan State Legislature. And they wanted to see if I'd be willing to meet with Mr. Fox and see if he would talk about that plan to me.
What specific, you mentioned that they told you Mr. Fox lived in the Grand Rapids area and he worked there. Did they give you any other details about him at all?
That he had, where he worked, that he had met with a source already and had made those comments to a source, and that's how they knew about them. That would have been primarily what we talked about prior to the meeting. With Mr. Fox, the meeting with Mr. Fox, that is.
At that point in time, did you receive any information regarding Michael Null?
No, sir.
Did you receive any information regarding William Null?
No, sir.
What about any information regarding Eric Mahler?
No, sir.
So at that point in time, those names had not been mentioned to you?
I had never heard those names before. No, sir.
Can you explain to the jury what a legend is?
Sure. The legend is essentially the backstory that I come in with when I meet a subject. I can't, or it wouldn't be very productive for me to come in as Mark, the FBI agent. So I have to develop a legend about who I am and why I want to meet this person, essentially who I am and why I'm there. And in this particular case, my legend was that I was a like-minded individual. I held beliefs that were similar to Mr. Fox's. That I wanted to talk about those beliefs with him, and that I was from the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, the Marquette area.
And was there a game plan for sort of an introduction for you to Mr. Fox?
Yes, sir. So it's slightly complicated. There was also an online undercover out of the Detroit field office who was working in this matter. She was working only and exclusively online and had been in contact with a person named Amanda Keller. Ms. Keller at the time was Mr. Fox's girlfriend. The online undercover, or OCE, introduced
the idea of me to Miss Keller. She told Miss Keller that she had a boyfriend, that person was me, and that her boyfriend was interested in meeting with Adam and talking about his ideas. And that's how eventually I got Mr. Fox's wire handle and contacted him by text message.
When you say wire handle, what do you mean?
Wire is an encrypted messaging app where you can text back and forth.
So once you received that wire handle from Mr. Fox, did you reach out to him?
I did.
And what did you say when you reached out to him?
I would have introduced myself as Elise's boyfriend, who Miss Keller was talking to, and said that I was going to be in the Grand Rapids area on July 3rd, 2020, and was interested in meeting with Mr. Fox if he had time.
I'm going to slow you down for a second here. Are you familiar with proposed exhibit 171?
I am, yes, sir.
Can you describe for the jury what proposed exhibit 171 is?
Yes, sir. It's a timeline of significant events that I was involved with through the course of this case from July 3rd, 2020 to September 12th, 2020.
And having reviewed it, are the dates represented on that timeline accurate?
They are.
Are the events accurate?
They are.
And what about the locations? Are those accurate to the best of your knowledge?
They are. I would note that bubble number 5 references a VFW. I don't think it was a VFW. I think it was an AMVETS, but outside that, they're all accurate.
And I think you said bubble number 5.
I'm sorry, bubble number 9. Pardon me.
Okay. So, Your Honor, at this time, I move to admit Exhibit 171.
Your Honor, obviously, this hasn't been admitted yet, correct?
That's correct.
We would request the foundation on all the public square.
He's right, Your Honor. I got ahead of myself.
Thank you.
And let's talk about event number 1.
Yes, sir.
Can you describe for us what event number 1 is on the timeline?
Yes, sir. Event number 1 references my initial meeting with Adam Fox at the place where he was employed, the Vac Shack in the Grand Rapids area on July 3rd, 2020.
And what about event number 2?
That was the Wisconsin FTX or field training exercise that I was invited to by Mr. Fox that occurred on July 11th and 12th. I was only present for the 11th in Cambria, Wisconsin.
Event number 3?
References a August 1st, 2020 meeting at the residence of Sean Fix in Belleville, Michigan that I attended.
What about event number 4?
Is the July 12th and 13th Luther FTX field training exercise that occurred in Luther, Michigan that I was present for.
And to confirm that date, I just want you to confirm the date of that event.
Yes, sir. It's July, did I say July? September 12th.
So September 12th, 2020 is the Luther event that you attended?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What about event number 5? What is that?
That would have been that same date, so September 12th, and references my observing Mr. Fox and Mr. Molitor use the RF detector at that Luther FTX.
Okay. What is event number 6?
Event number 6 also occurred at that same Luther FTX, also on September 12th. It would have been when Mr. Fox pulled myself, Bill Null, and Brandon Caserta aside at that FTX and discussed conducting surveillance on the governor's vacation home in the Elk Rapids area.
And what is event number 7?
When myself, Mr. Fox, Michael, and William Null went from the FTX site to the Walmart in Cadillac, Michigan, to meet with the other vehicles that were attending the surveillance on the evening of September 12, 2020.
What is event number 8?
Event number 8 is when the vehicles, the 3 different vehicles left the parking lot at Walmart in Cadillac on the 12th and traveled to the Elk Rapids area for an additional rally. At that time, both of the Knoll brothers and myself were in the same vehicle.
What is event number 9?
When the car, again, same date, this time in Elk Rapids. That's when the 3 cars arrived in the Elk Rapids area to receive assignments on what each vehicle would be doing from Adam Fox.
Okay, and event number 10?
Is the execution of that attack, the execution of that task that we were given by, that myself and the Knoll brothers were given by Fox on that same date in Elk Rapids, which was to act as lookouts for the other 2 vehicles.
And lastly, event number 11.
Would have been a meeting after the surveillance, again, taking place on that same date in Elk Rapids to debrief what each vehicle had seen.
And do you have personal knowledge of all of these events?
I do, yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to move to admit proposed 171.
Doesn't go down.
Mr. Thacker,
Expand on the objections, Judge.
Mr. Barnett.
Right here. Mr. President, we've testified on the different part hearings prior to this one.
Yes, sir.
You recall testifying, looking at it once, one over time.
The preliminary hearing in this matter, yes, sir.
Okay. And here you testified you don't recall what Mr. Malato was referring.
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point as it exceeds the scope of the voir dire for the exhibit.
Foundation, Your Honor, you would not recall it was prior testimony.
It's indicated anywhere on the court exhibit, but Mr. Molitor,
It doesn't, but it does indicate that he is being accused of this, and there's, like we said, prior testimony. It's no recollection whatsoever of what he was wearing.
and that's certainly can be explored on cross-examination. The court has agreed that that exceeds the scope of what any additional budget questions.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Any objection to the definition of the proposed exhibit 170? Okay. Subject to earlier ruling relative to the exhibits 171 will be.
Permission to publish now?
Yes.
And I have, if I may approach the jury, I have handouts.
Yeah, that's okay. One minute. It's 30 seconds to a minute.
Thank you.
All right. I think before it made the exhibit, you testified that you arranged a meeting with Adam Fox. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And this was by wire?
Yes, sir.
What date was that meeting scheduled for?
July 3rd, 2020.
And where did it take place?
The Grand Rapids area, specifically the back shack, which was where Mr. Fox was employed at the time.
So looking at your timeline and 171, this would be event 1. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Why is it that you met at the back shack?
That's where he told me to meet him. It was his place of employment, and he was working that day.
When you arrived, who was present?
Mr. Fox was present, and there was 1 or 2 customers in the store. It was a vacuum sales and repair store, and I waited around for them to leave.
What did you do after they left?
I spoke with Mr. Fox. He was at the service counter where the cash register was. I introduced myself. We had a brief conversation there. He asked me if I had a cell phone on me at the time, which I did. I told him that I did. He asked me to leave the cell phone on the counter, and then he took me down into the basement area of the back shack where we had a much longer conversation.
Did he tell you why he asked you to leave the cell phone on the counter?
Not at that moment, but later in the conversation down the basement, he indicated that he believed cell phones could be used as listening devices, and he was afraid that the government would be listening to our conversation, so he asked me to leave that phone there.
Are you familiar with operational security?
I am.
Is that a form of operational security?
It is.
How long was this conversation in the basement that you had with Mr. Fox?
An hour.
Was anyone else present for it?
No, sir.
Just the two of you?
Yes, sir.
Now, is this a significant point in the investigation for you as an undercover?
It was, yes, sir.
Why so?
Mr. Fox told me about the plan he had and the steps he had taken in furtherance of that plan and what he was planning to do going forward.
Did you record the conversation?
I did.
On what? On what device, given that you left your phone upstairs?
An FBI issued recording device.
Have you reviewed proposed Exhibit 84?
I have.
Can you give us a brief description of what proposed Exhibit 84 is?
It's a conversation with myself and Mr. Fox occurring in the back, the back shack basement, where he's talking about his plan to take the Michigan State Capitol by force.
This is a part of that recorded conversation?
It is.
And there's an associated transcript marked as 84T?
Yes, sir.
And you've reviewed that transcript prior to today?
I have, yes, sir.
Is it fair and accurate representation of the recording?
It is, yes, sir.
And at this point, I'm going to move to admit proposed 84 and 84T.
That's a field comment. Please say no written objections. Thank you, Judge. No objection.
Subject to your earlier rules, report 84 and 84T.
Dan, you play that for us.
We're moving forward, and we're actually planning solutions right now. Okay. Consensus is on doing now, statements about the campus platform, like with independent perspective. So that's all the other things. And honestly, we're not talking about one word about partnership, but they actually take. Yeah, they get sworn off just like, you know, they more shit, you know.
Right, and that's the Constitution, not the fucking.
So there's a secret standing between us and the fucking oppressor.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to go that way, but what can we fucking do, man? What else can we do? We can't play their game, we can't do it legally, because they have infinite fucking resources at their disposal. Through us, right, that we run. Not a fucking media conglomerate that we can't, like, you know, like, we went there in the 30s to demand our fucking rights back. And what they do, they call us domestic fucking terrorists. But these motherfuckers can go loot, riot, burn, steal. And they're all peaceful fucking protesters. Like, are you fucking serious? You know, with this everything going on, man, I don't know what else to do.
In that clip, at the beginning of it, Mr. Fox says, we're not going to murder cops, but they've got a choice to make. Did you hear that?
Yes, sir.
What was he referencing there?
He was saying that he wasn't going to go out and kill cops, for lack of a better term, willy-nilly, but if they got in the way of him executing his plans, he was going to kill police officers.
Now, in your prior communications with Mr. Fox, I think you said they were on wire. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So this is the first time that you're meeting him?
Yes, sir.
In those prior communications on wire, did you have any substantive conversations?
No, sir.
What was the extent of the conversation that you had with him on wire?
Hey, I'm going to be in Grand Rapids. Great, come by my shop on this date.
So this meeting that you're having with him is the first in-person meeting, is that right?
Correct.
And the first real substantive conversation, is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And during the course of this conversation, meeting him for the first time, he tells you that he's planning to kidnap politicians?
He does.
And he tells you that he's willing to kill police officers who get involved?
Yes, sir.
When Mr. Fox told you those things, did you take him seriously?
I did, yes, sir.
Why?
They were corroborated in part by what I had been told that he had already said he was planning to do, and by his tone and his tenor. He was serious, he was excited, he was, so I took him seriously.
Let's talk about proposed exhibit 85. Are you familiar with that?
I am, yes, sir.
Can you describe for the jury what proposed exhibit 85 is?
It's myself and Adam Fox, again, during the course of that conversation. He's talking about working with a group that he calls the Wolverine Watchmen.
And there's an associated transcript marked 85T, is that correct?
There is, yes, sir.
And the transcript, is it a fair and accurate representation of the recording?
It is.
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to move to admit proposed 85 and 85T.
Mr. Miller?
No.
Mr. Sauer?
We stand on the written objection, Judge.
Mr. Ryan?
No objection.
Both 85 and 85, you believe?
We're operating a group called Wolverine Watchers. They're not very well liked. A lot of people in the state, mainly because they're not who they let that, you know. These guys are very fucking like overt. Like, you'll see some of them full kids at the rallies, but then they got other guys walking around raving, but you wouldn't even know. They're like just walking around, they got backpacks on, they got full stuff compacts and everything, 500 fucking around. They're more strapped than we are. But you don't even know there.
Now there we heard Mr. Fox make a reference to the Wolverine Watchmen being covert.
Yes, sir.
Does that that word being covert, is that important to you or significant in any way in a domestic terrorism investigation?
It was to me, yes, sir.
Why so?
Because it indicated that that group was sophisticated in their methods and their planning. So that's concerning to me.
Did you introduce Adam Fox to the Wolverine Watchmen?
I did not.
Did you suggest in any way that he worked with the Wolverine Watchmen or anything along those lines?
No, sir.
You familiar with proposed exhibit 86?
I am.
Can you give a description for the jury of what proposed exhibit 86 is?
Yes, sir. It's Mr. Fox and myself again during the course of the same conversation in the back chat. He talks about, he mentions killing the governor of Michigan.
And there's an associated transcript that's marked as 86T?
Yes, sir.
You've reviewed that prior to today?
I have.
It's a fair and accurate representation of the recording?
It is.
At this time, Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit proposed 86 and 86T.
Mr. Miller? Mr. Sauer?
We stand on the written objection, Judge.
Mr. Ryan? No objection. 86 and 86, you believe?
We not talking about this one, not to get. I remember. That's why we're talking here. Like, we had many meetings here. We should talk here, because I didn't talk about trying to like comments. Right. We can't say shit about this, so we need to send it. Like I said, I want to talk about government. They heard that, they're coming and get you. It's been a fucking crime. But they can pretend, because potentially I threatened or whatever, you know, it's fucking insane. It's something, basically where we're at in society is fucked up. Our sole purpose with my election, a lot of the others that I'm dealing with, is to restore the Constitution of the Republic.
That language there at the end, restore the constitutional republic.
Yes, sir.
During the course of your 8 years in domestic terrorism cases, have you become familiar with that phrase?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm going to object. The investigation took place in 2020. It was only and investigated for 5 years. So to add that 2 years would be unfair, so we're getting more experience by the time this is going to reflect.
Your Honor, the question isn't based upon what happened at the time, but rather it's ultimately going to go to his opinion of the meaning of the word at this point.
And that's why I included this.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Jones, do you have anything else for you?
No, thank you.
Mr. Simon?
I'm staying under that, Judge.
Mr. Barnett?
Okay.
Agent, is your opinion would it be different whether the timeline was 5 years or 8 years?
No, Your Honor.
On that basis, how will the objections and allow?
Thank you, Your Honor. So I think you said that through your experience in domestic terrorism cases, you became familiar with that phrase. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what does that phrase mean from your experience?
The violent overthrow of the government. To hear the violent overthrow of the Michigan state government, but it could be the violent overthrow of the federal government, violence directed towards the government. In the context of this conversation.
I'm going to direct you to proposed Exhibit 87. Are you familiar with that exhibit?
I am, yes, sir.
Can you give the jury a brief description of it?
Yes, sir. Same conversation, July 3rd, Mr. Fox and I. Mr. Fox is essentially saying he's willing to die for his cause.
And is there associated transcript with it?
There is.
It's marked 87T.
Yes, sir.
And that's fair and accurate representation of the recording.
Yes, sir.
And at this time, I'm going to move to admit proposed 87 and 87T.
Mr. Lindsay? Mr. Sack?
And I heard from objections, Judge.
Mr. Barnett? Well, here. Yes.
There's a number of these are clips, are they not? They're not just a straight conversation, right?
That's correct. This is not the entirety of my conversation with Mr. Fox.
Let's go out of here.
I'm sorry, sir?
What's been clipped out of these?
Other portions of our conversation.
Okay, Your Honor.
Okay, well, for question maybe 164, we'll consider it at that time. For the purposes here, 87 and 87T will be.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's why I try to tell all my men who get mentally prepared, like, you have to be prepared because that's what they're going to do. If we don't do now, we don't act, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter on the bottom, we'll all be criminals, we'll be criminals, so we want to keep our rights. And us wanting to bear arms to protect all our constitutional rights, and should it be criminals. They're going to lay those criminals, they want As long as we stay within the bounds of the Constitution, we will not be criminals. We won't be criminals in the eyes of their unjust, unconstitutional law. 100%. I and my God, I'll die a fucking thing. Covered in blood.
Mark, during the course of that, it appeared that Mr. Fox was whispering. Did you hear that?
I did.
What did he say when he whispered?
He said, then let's go out and be criminals now. Fuck it, beat them to the punch.
All right. And let's talk about proposed 88. Are you familiar with proposed exhibit 88?
I am, yes, sir.
Can you give the jury a brief description of that exhibit?
Yes, sir. This is Mr. Fox and I, same conversation. He's essentially talking about taking the state legislature, the state house, and kidnapping legislators.
An associated transcript is marked as 88T.
Yes, sir.
And that transcript, is it a fair and accurate representation of the recording?
It is.
And at this point, I'm going to move to admit 88 and 88T.
Mr. Sack?
Please stand on the written objections.
One question, Roger. Sure. This is another case where the case is cut off, right, and then basically are at the end of the work.
No, sir. And I'm not sure what you mean by another.
The last one, to say they have were cut. You have it on this one as well.
I don't agree with that the last one I cut off words. I may have stopped speaking so as not to speak over Mr. Fox. And that may have happened here, but there was nothing.
Information between the first and the last, and this one, it's not covering the transcript, correct?
So the clip is not altered in any way.
Of course not.
There is information that precedes this and information that follows it. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Objection for those purposes.
Okay. 88 and 80, I will leave you for discussion.
Because at anything, I think we're drinking more than something that's not valuable. It's not right. It's totally based right. We're negotiating from competition. That's all that. Then you got some negotiating. For me, about the same time, we have our return to the drum off of that constitution right now. Actually, working on the charges against them. If nothing was start playing from politicians and violation of their office and keep everyone off one other shit. And maybe the partial group was fucking hesitate. So this one, we walk her about Carlos Goodman. I want to charge. I want to charge for the crime of community and holders and decision.
Looking at proposed Exhibit 89, are you familiar with Exhibit 89?
I am.
And can you give the jury a brief description of that exhibit?
Same conversation. Mr. Fox is saying he wanted the governor displayed once he's been able to get her, the results of the drug bust. A drug bust.
Is there associated transcript that's marked as 89T?
There is.
Is the transcript a fair and accurate representation of the recording?
It is.
Move to admit proposed Exhibit 89 and 89T.
Mr. Johnson?
No.
Mr. Simon?
Thank you, Judge. We stand in our written objections.
Mr. Barnett?
Same objection. I have heard two of these, they cut them off, in some context again.
Great. The discussion earlier as to any request to reconsider has been made, but based on previous meetings in here, we didn't have any guarantee.
This may be our decision. Bring the government, you can have them all. That's the one, not the diary. We want her blacks come on the table when we all pose, we get our picture taken at newspaper, they can talk about the something. That's what we want. You give us that, we'll be happy. And then you lock her ass up. Even if we gotta go with her, send that bitch to a head. I'll be retired. Fuck it.
That last couple of lines there where Mr. Fox says, even if we got to go with her, and then at the end, I'll do the time after. What did that mean?
He was willing to go to prison to kidnap the governor.
After this, what you described as a 1 hour meeting in the basement of the vac shack with Mr. Fox, what was your impression of it?
That he was serious, that he was dangerous, that he was a righteous subject of the FBI investigation and should be pursued to determine what his future plans were.
And did you have a sort of a debrief with the other investigating FBI agents after that meeting?
I did.
And what was the purpose of that debrief?
To tell them about the results of my meeting with Mr. Fox.
Did you share your thoughts about Mr. Fox with them?
I did.
Did you provide the recording of that conversation to the agents?
Yes, sir.
Is that sort of a standard practice or protocol to follow up with agents after you've done an undercover meeting or recording or something like that?
Yes, sir. It's standard to meet with the agents and talk about your observations right then and there after the meeting, because it may take a few hours or more for the recordings to be downloaded in a form to be reviewed.
After that meeting, did you continue to have contact with Mr. Fox?
I did,
In what form?
on wire and then in person.
And did you schedule did you attend an event with Mr. Fox after that meeting?
I did, yes, sir.
And where was the location of that event?
It was in Cambria, Wisconsin.
And what was the purpose of going to Cambria, Wisconsin?
It was, Mr. Fox invited me to a field training exercise that was taking place there.
Did he tell you what was supposed to be happening at this field training exercise?
Training to advance his plan.
And looking at your timeline, is this event number 2?
It is.
This took place on July 11th, 2020, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what time did you arrive there at this location in Cambria, Wisconsin?
Shortly after noon.
Can you describe for the jury the kind of general layout or geography of where this field training exercise was held?
It was on a piece of residential property, several acres at least, essentially farmland. There was a single-family home on the property. There was a barn, some outbuildings. There was an area that was set up to serve as a shooting range with some barrels set about to serve as cover for initial training. There was a pop-up tent that you used for your tailgating, where some medical training would take place later that day.
And prior to attending, did you discuss again with the FBI agents in the Detroit field office what to expect there?
Generally, yes, sir.
And did they provide you any information about who you might see there or anything along those lines?
They did.
Tell us about that.
They would say.
Jax?
Your Honor, it's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. It's offered for the course of the investigation, his mindset at the time, who he would be interacting with during the course of this event.
Why don't we do this, ladies and gentlemen? It's almost 4 o'clock. Let's take a short break, and break for the afternoon, and we need a copy if they need to, and then all right. Everyone can be seated. The record can reflect the jury that the courtroom, Mr. Jax, and you see do this, give these questions and then we'll be answered so that we can all see.
Your Honor, I think the question was, during the course of his conversation with the Detroit field office FBI agents, what information did they give him about who he should anticipate being at the Cambria FTX?
And this is where you object, Mr.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Rendick, your position. Mr. Savage.
Yeah, that's saying written objections.
And Agent, what was the answer to you?
I was told there might be members of the Wolverine Watchmen there. I was told that the Null brothers might be in attendance. Several other people that were either Barry Croft, as well as several confidential human sources that were present there that day. So.
Mayor, may I remove now an objection? I'm sure. Before this line of question, he didn't know who the Null brothers were. So being advised by the Bureau that the Null brothers are there means what now?
I think, given the nature of the question and the answer, I think I would sustain the objection insofar as the names or identities of what he was provided. I think he could be asked, what he did based on that information, but in terms of identifying the information he was given, I do think, given the nature of what the answer would be, I do think that it's further guidance at all. Sustaining objections.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Let's do this. Let's take 5 minutes just to a break. Everyone can use the restroom. Those ladies staying. Okay, everyone can be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you recall, another Thursday rounds.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Let me backtrack a minute. Prior to attending this FTX in Cambria, Wisconsin, did you discuss the FTX with the Detroit FBI field agents?
I did, yes, sir.
And without telling us specifically what they said, did you get information from the agents about what to expect?
Yes, sir.
Now, this FTX, how long was it planned for?
2 days.
It was a 2-day event?
Yes, sir.
Is this a Saturday and Sunday?
Yes, sir.
And July 11th is the first day?
Yes, sir.
All right. So approximately what time did you arrive at the site of this event on the 11th?
Noon.
And how long did you stay for?
Approximately till 6 p.m.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at Exhibit 1, the subjects of the investigation chart.
Bear with me, sir.
And actually, there's a pointer there, and we've got it up on the screen. Can you identify for the jury the individuals on this chart who you observed in Cambria?
Ms. Croft, Ms. Fox, Ms. Rowe, Ms. Franks, Ms. Jordan, Cindy Chastain, myself, Mr. Bellar, Mr. Fix, Mr. Robinson, Ms. Keller.
Thank you. And you described a little bit of the layout. Can you give the jury a description of the activities that the members of this event were doing at this site?
Yes, sir. When I initially arrived, they were doing a moving and shooting drill, a live fire moving and shooting drill. It was working as typically a team of 2. So they would be at a position, firing downrange, and then as the other partner, partner A is laying down suppressing fire, partner B is moving back to another place of cover. When partner B gets back there, partner B may start firing downrange as partner A moves back. They're doing that as well as doing what is called tactical reloading.
Can you explain for the jury what tactical reloading is?
It's reloading your weapon before it's gone dry. It may be the most opportune time to reload the weapon. There's a break in the gunfight, or you have cover, or there's a reason where you can get a fresh magazine into the weapon before the weapon runs dry. So it's an opportunity, even though you haven't gone dry out of bullets, you're feeding the magazine, or you're feeding the weapon more bullets to continue the gunfight.
I'm going to ask you about proposed Exhibit 96. Are you familiar with 96?
I am, yes, sir.
Can you describe for the jury what 96 is?
Yes, sir. It's a video taken that day of the drill that I'm referencing. And the picture in the video is Bill Null and Adam Fox.
When you say the drill that you're referencing, to be clear, what drill is that?
That movement under fire, the working with a partner to put down suppressing fire and seek cover.
Were you present for this drill that's depicted in Exhibit 96?
I was.
And it's a fair and accurate representation of what you observed.
It is.
And at this time, I'm going to move to admit proposed 96.
Mr. Zire?
One more, please, Judge. Please respect this written objection. No objection.
96 will be admitted.
May something.
I'm ready.
Lights out, baby.
Love it. Sing a song.
Dan, can you go back to the very beginning and pause it so that we can see both individuals?
May something.
Now, Mark, who are we seeing in Exhibit 96 at this point?
Person closer to us is Bill Null. The person further from us in the baseball cap is Adam Fox.
In this specific drill, well, let me back up for a second. At this point in time, if I understand your testimony correctly, Adam Fox has described to you his plan in general to kidnap politicians?
Yes.
And this type of shooting drill, would that be helpful to execute such a plan to kidnap someone?
Objection, speculation. Stop talking about discuss speculation by your fellow officer.
Second.
Judge, 100% agree, speculative.
Mr. Brown?
I join.
Mr. Jack, do you have a response?
Yes, Your Honor. He has personal knowledge of Mr. Fox's plan based upon the conversation. He obviously has personal knowledge, having witnessed this event. He can offer his opinion as to whether this specific drill would have been helpful to kidnap someone under 701.
You're comfortable out here for the while.
Yep.
Is that a yes to my one here?
It is.
Thank you. I go to Mark. The question is this helpful in this plan to kidnap the governor, right?
Yes, sir.
And presumably your answer is going to be yes, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So a tactical drill like this would have to identify targets for purposes of extracting the governor, correct? In other words, detail, Michigan State Police, correct?
As a part of the plan,
Yes.
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Who would they shoot at?
Sure, that would be a possibility. Michigan State Police, the protective detail.
Okay, so what are the number of targets they're shooting at for purposes of extracting the governor? 1, 2, 3, 10, 20? Was that ever discussed?
Not that I was a party to.
Okay, were there any plans given regarding the governor's house? The front, the back?
Not
We're
that
told that this was an amphibious operation. They're on land right now. They're not in order. So how is that helpful?
Your Honor,
Your Honor, he talked about how this was being helpful. This is simply one here. This is not cross.
Undercover Mark, Adam Fox talked to you about his plan, you testified to that, is that correct?
He did.
And did any portion of that discussion include this activity?
It would have, yes, sir.
Great, any additional?
He said, it would have, Your Honor, is that what he answered the court? It would have?
Yes.
He didn't say it did, so we would object on the grounds that the would have is speculation.
Okay, did it specifically cover that?
It specifically covered extracting the governor. Yes, sir.
Did it specifically cover that activity that you saw?
This specific drill and relating it back to specifically kidnapping the governor, no, sir.
Okay, I think it will be sustained on that, given that it wasn't directly discussed.
yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Now,
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. I should know, the discussion that we had and the answers that were given as part of the first determination won't be considered by the jury.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You described the live fire exercise that we just saw in Exhibit 96. Were there other shooting activities that were done then?
Yes, sir.
And can you explain to the jury what other shooting activities were done?
They had regular target shooting, and then there was a period of time where they set up what was referred to as a kill house, which was essentially to practice assaulting a building and moving through that building once you made entry.
And was there any specific method that was used by the participants to move through that what you described as a kill house?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain that to the jury?
Sure. It was similar to what law enforcement or the military would do in securing a building. So stack your team on the entrance to the building and then move into the building. As you move into that first room, you're scanning for threats. Each team member has a specific designated portion of that room that they're responsible for. If there are threats in that room, they would eliminate those threats. They would clear the room as a team and then stack on the next doorway, move together to the next doorway to repeat that motion into the following room.
Are you familiar with Exhibit 98?
I am.
Can you tell the jury what Exhibit 98 is?
This is video taken of myself, Mr. Fix, and Mr. Fox making a run through that kill house.
And it's a fair and accurate representation of what occurred during the course of you moving through that kill house.
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to move to admit proposed 98.
Mr. Young?
Just a brief one here, Your Honor. Sure. Could undercover mark identify who's in this exhibit?
I understood it was Adam Fox, John Fix, and yourself.
Correct, Your Honor.
Thank you. No comment.
Objections?
Mr. Barnett?
No objection.
98 will be admitted.
While you were there, did you observe Mike Knoll participate in the kill house?
I did.
Did you observe Bill Knoll participate in the kill house? Was there a medical component to this FTX?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain that to the jury, please?
After the drill that we saw initially, the parking drill, there was a breakout session, for lack of a better term, where there was some medical training that was provided by Paul Beller and one other individual. And it was mainly what I would call, what I think is called care, certainly we call in the FBI, is care under fire. So mostly dealing with how to treat gunshot wounds, a lot of working with tourniquets, to put tourniquets on, how to properly apply a tourniquet and what to do once that tourniquet is applied. That was the thrust of what was taking place at the medical center.
And who was Paul Beller?
It's one of the Wolverine watchmen.
Were there any explosives at Cambria?
There were, yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury about that?
Towards the end of the day, Barry Croft and Daniel Harris constructed an IED, an improvised explosive device. Would you like me to talk about that further?
And did you observe this?
I did.
If we can put up, is 93 on?
Yes.
Can we display 93 for me?
Which numbers?
93. This is already been admitted as People's 93. Are you familiar with this photograph?
I am.
Were you present for this event?
I would have been less than 2 or 3 yards from the way that picture was taken. Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what's going on at the time that this photo is taken?
Yes, sir. They're constructing that set. They constructed 2 IEDs. First, it was Mr. Croft, the gentleman with the long beard, and Mr. Harris, the fellow with the headband. That didn't work. And then Mr. Garvey, who's the fellow with the hat and glasses, came over and was helping. And what they were doing was taking a balloon and filling that balloon with black powder, explosive powder, which is what's containing the black plastic container sitting on the top. They were then filling that balloon with additional shrapnel in the form of BBs. They were putting fuse into that balloon, and they were duct taping the balloon to secure it.
And I think you said this attempt to detonate this IED did not work. Is that correct?
That's correct.
How would you describe the level of, dangerousness in this sort of activity?
High. Anytime you're dealing with explosive materials, the danger is high.
Now, can we play 94 for him, please? No, we're going to play a video for you that's already been admitted as People's 94. It's audio? I'm sorry. This is an audio clip.
Tony, I'm making explosives. Can you get away from me? Some things you just can't do.
Were you present for that event?
Yes, sir.
Where did that take place at?
At that truck bed pictured in the previous exhibit.
The exact same location?
Yes, sir.
In terms of time frame from when the picture, Exhibit 93, was taken, when did this occur?
That would have occurred prior to the picture being taken.
Before this date, had you had any interaction with Bill Null?
No, sir.
Had you had any interaction with Mike Null before this date?
No, sir.
What about Barry Croft? Did you have any interaction with him before this date?
No, sir.
Did you have any interaction with any of the Wolverine Watchmen before this date?
No, sir.
During the course of your time at the Cambria FTX, did you observe Adam Fox have any private conversation?
I did.
Can you tell us about that, please?
There were several times he went off with groups of people to privately. Well, I don't know what occurred, but he went off with groups of people at various times.
Now, from what you've described here, did you participate in these activities? We saw the exhibit where you ran through the kill house. Right? What about the live fire exercises that you described? Did you participate in those?
I did.
In the medical training that you described, did you participate in that?
I did.
Now, as an undercover agent involved in this investigation, could you sit back and just kind of do nothing?
No.
Why not?
That'd be very suspicious. If somebody just shows up and they don't have anything to add, or they're not interested in what's going on, or they're just sitting back and observing, that would raise a lot of suspicions with all attendees.
And what sort of problems would that cause for you as an undercover agent?
I wouldn't be invited back. I'd probably lose contact with Mr. Fox. And so the investigation from an undercover perspective, or at least my involvement, would be over.
Now, let's turn to August 1st. Were you a participant in an event on August 1st?
I was, yes, sir.
And can you tell the jury about where that was located at?
It was in Belleville, Michigan, which is right outside of Detroit. And specifically, it was at Mr. Sean Fix's residence.
And how is it that you came to be at Sean Fix's residence?
I was invited by Fox.
And looking at your timeline, this is event number 3 on the timeline, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Who was present at this meeting?
Myself, Mr. Fix, Mr. Fox, Ms. Keller, and Mr. Fix's wife were people that were present for the majority of the time. There was another individual by the name of Mikey Notso who showed up with 2 other people towards the end of the event, but it was mostly the 5 of us.
What was your understanding when Mr. Fox invited you there of the purpose for the meeting?
To train and discuss his plans.
During the course of the conversation, or this meeting, during the course of the meeting, was there any discussion about Fox's plan?
There was, yes, sir.
What did he say?
He talked about a number of things. He talked about potentially sending explosives to the governor's office in Lansing. And then he talked about different methods to kidnap the governor and different potential locations for kidnapping the governor.
What did he say about different locations?
He identified 3 different locations. The governor's mansion, the governor's official summer residence on Mackinac Island, and the governor's private, what I understand is vacation home on Birch Lake.
Did he, during the course of that conversation, give you any tasks to do or ask you to do anything?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
He asked me to conduct surveillance on the governor's official.
With that request, what did you do?
I relayed that request had been made. I relayed it back to the case agents. And then there was a team from the Detroit field office that went up and took photographs as if I had gone to Mackinac to take photographs.
And did they provide those photographs to you?
They did.
And did you turn around and provide them to Mr. Fox?
They were provided by the online undercover to Mr. Fox, who in turn provided them to the larger group.
And why is it that you provided Mr. Fox with, or I should say, why is it that it was permitted for Mr. Fox to believe that you had taken these photographs?
To further, he had tasked me with conducting surveillance. So I wanted to comply with his tasking so that I could continue to build my relationship with Mr. Fox so that I could continue to learn about his plans and the timing of those plans.
And what sort of risk to the investigation would there have been, if any, if you had not complied with his request?
He might have, I might have lost contact with Mr. Fox. And again, if I lost contact with Mr. Fox, from at least my perspective, the undercover investigation is over. And even if the investigation continues, you lose critical information about what Mr. Fox is planning because you don't have all the resources that you did at one point.
I'm going to, can we play 115 forward? I'm going to have you listen to what's been admitted as People's Exhibit 115.
Yes, sir.
We're going to have a big job, but we're right now, legitimately, we're talking about that foundation. Correct? But Mr. Wagner said, they're walking by down by the they are moving and that's done. We got $80 already, $30 out. So, I don't know. And that's all going, you know, you might go, but when I know that, you know, it's good. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Were you present for this conversation?
I was.
Did this happen at that meeting?
It did, the August 1st meeting, yes, sir.
That list of people that Adam Fox is naming off, what is the purpose for that list?
He is listing people he believes who are dedicated to his cause and would be willing to participate in his plan.
Well, let's turn to September 12th.
Yes, sir.
Did you participate in an event on September 12th with Mr. Fox?
I did.
Can you tell us where that event was located?
Luther, Michigan.
And how is it that you came to be at this event in Luther?
I was invited by Mr. Fox.
What did he tell you the purpose for the event was?
The training and furtherance of his plan, essentially.
And how would you describe this event?
It was a multi-day event, again, containing similar trainings to the Cambria FTX. So there was a medical tent, a weapons manipulation station, and a kill house or shoot house that had been erected there as well.
And that communication with Mr. Fox about attending this event, was that on wire?
I think by that time we would have moved to a separate encrypted app called Threema.
And what was the purpose for that?
He believed that Threema offered a higher level of operational security.
In terms of getting to this event, did you simply drive there or did you meet someone else?
So we met at the Walmart parking lot in Cadillac. Mr. Fox instructed me to meet him there, and he would meet me there, and he would drive with me or go with me to the Luther site.
So when you met at the Cadillac Walmart, what time of the day was that?
Noon.
And who was it that you met there?
It was Mr. Fox and CHS Dan arrived together. It happened that the other undercover Red, was also present in the Cadillac Walmart at that time. So the four of us in 3 separate vehicles left for the Luther site.
Now this idea of not giving out a location before the event, is that a form of operational security?
It is.
Again, did you discuss this event with the Detroit case agents prior to attending?
Yes, sir.
And did they give you, again, general idea of what to expect?
Yes, sir.
How far was the Cadillac Walmart from the location of the FTX?
Approximately 20 minutes.
So when you arrived, first of all, did you observe Mike Null at this event?
I did.
Did you observe Bill Null at this event?
I did.
Did you observe Eric Molitor at this event?
Yes, sir.
Were any of those individuals present when you arrived?
Mike and Bill Null were present when I arrived.
After you arrived, how soon did Eric Molitor arrive?
An hour.
Can you describe for the jury the general layout of this FTX?
Very rural area. Campsite was a trailer home on it. Again, several different stations have been set up to do some training.
And what type of stations are those?
A shoot house, kill house type of structure had been erected to do that breaching practice. A weapons manipulation station had been set up, and another medical station had been erected.
After Eric Molitor arrived, did you have a conversation with him?
I did.
Where did that conversation take place?
At the Luther site. In the general vicinity of where the shoot house or the camper was placed.
Did he describe to you anything about his role at this FTX?
He made mention that he had a medical role.
At some point, did you observe any form of operational security being used by any participants at the FTX?
I did, yes, sir.
All right, can you describe that for the jury, please?
At some point after Mr. Molitor arrived, I saw Mr. Molitor using an RF detector or radio frequency detector.
And was this on the first day of the event?
The first day, yes, sir.
Observing this RF detector being used, did that concern you at all?
It did.
Why?
I didn't know if the recording devices I was wearing might potentially put off radio frequency, so the detector might alert on me.
As they were using this RF detector, did it alert to anything?
It did.
Can you tell us about that?
Yes, sir. It alerted to something on Jenny Plunk, who was a confidential human source at the time.
And what did, if anything, did Mr. Fox or anyone else do as a result of it alerting to something on Jenny Plunk?
Everyone was told to put up their cell phones, to put their cell phones away in a place that they couldn't access them.
Did Mr. Fox express to you anything about concerns about any participants there?
He did. He had basically, upon my arrival at the site, expressed to me about infiltration by the federal government, and he specifically talked about Mr. Fix. He was concerned about Mr. Fix potentially being an informant, as well as just generally being concerned that the government was sending agents to this event.
We could have a moment, Your Honor.
Sure. Yes.
Now, these, as far as your timeline is concerned, the use of the RF detector, looking at the timeline, is that represented as event number 5?
It is. Yes, sir.
Now, an RF detector has been admitted as People's 266. Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Mark, I'm going to ask you to take that device out of the bag, if you can. And can you display for the jury? Well, first, let me ask you this. Is this device that People's 266, is this consistent with the device that you saw Adam Fox and Eric Molitor using on that occasion?
It is, yes, sir.
And can you show to the jury how you observed Eric Molitor using the device?
Essentially, he was taking it and moving it through the air, just like I am now, slowly waving it, wanding it, if you will, back and forth. And that was what I observed.
What about Adam Fox? How did you observe him using the device?
Essentially the same thing. He was going a broader area within the campsite, broader geographically, but essentially doing the same thing, wanding it through space.
Okay. Thank you.
Sir.
At some point, did Mr. Fox pull you aside for a private conversation?
He did.
And who else, if anyone, was part of that conversation?
Bill Null and Brandon Caserta.
Can you describe for the jury how that took place?
I was at the weapons manipulation statement. Sorry about that. The weapons munition, where we were manipulating weapons. And Mr. Fox came up, pulled me aside, and walked with myself, Bill Null, and Brandon Caserta approximately 100 to 150 yards further down into the woods and had a conversation with us.
What was the topic of this conversation?
The fact that he was planning to do surveillance that evening of the governor's vacation home and whether people would be wanted to participate.
Are you familiar with proposed exhibit 181?
I am.
Can you give a brief description to the jury of that exhibit?
It's that conversation at Luther where Fox lays out the fact that he's conducted surveillance already and was going to plan to conduct surveillance that evening.
And who was present specifically for this exhibit?
Myself, Bill Null, Adam Fox, Brandon Casari.
Is there associated transcript that's marked as 181T?
There is, yes, sir.
Is a fair and accurate representation of the recording?
It is.
And at this point, I'm going to move to admit 181 and 181T.
Mr. Numbers? No. Mr. Sauer?
Extend a number of objections.
Mr. Burnett? 181 and 181.
If you're down with the cause, this is something that we're going to
That conversation, is that represented as event number 6 on your timeline?
It is, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
After that conversation, hearing Mr. Fox and his plan to kidnap the governor and blow up the bridge and everything else that was going to go into that,